You're watching a special edition of the Cultural Connections podcast, the 2024 Presidential Election Special Edition.
Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity?
And we will make America great again.
Join us as we announce the election results, analyze data related to the election, and make some bold predictions. This is a special edition of the Cultural Connections Podcast 2024 Presidential Election.
And good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Ives. I am the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections Podcast. And tonight we are bringing you a 2024 special edition of the election, what we call 2024 Special Election Edition. We're going to get right into it because polls have closed in several states across the country, and we're going to get right into this, watching the magic number of 270 fill in. We're going to stay with you for as long as we can here to bring you as much up-to-date information as we can at this time. Right now, we can tell you at this very moment in time that Kamala Harris has won, that we can project that Kamala Harris has won the states of Massachusetts, the states of Vermont, and the states of Maryland. And I'm going to pull up and share my screen here so you can see what I'm actually looking at here on these maps here. So bear with me for 1 second as we pull it up here so you see it of what exactly we're looking at and the number and the state specifically here where we can project winning. So I'm going to pull this up for you right now on screen, and you'll see it on your screen momentarily. So here you go. Right now, we're looking at a map here where currently, as you can see, Donald Trump holds 90 of the Electoral College votes to Kamala Harris's 27. This is still very early. As I mentioned at the top, we can project here that Kamala Harris has won the state of Massachusetts. We haven't had numbers come in, but it is a guarantee that she will win the state of Massachusetts. We have seen numbers coming in, and we can project that Kamala Harris will win the states of Vermont. We can also project that Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia. Again, we're not seeing much numbers come in yet, but again, we will be closely seeing that, and we can project that based on the fact that it is a liberal area. Now, other things we're watching here, we can also project that Kamala Harris will win Maryland. We can project that Donald Trump will win the states of West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Montana, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Florida. Right now, we are watching numbers as they come in, and this is coming in as we speak, as I'm talking to you, so bear with me as we go through this. Let's start with the state of New Hampshire. The state of New Hampshire, while again not in play as a state to really be closely concerned with, but just to closely watch as things come in. Right now, Kamala Harris holding a 9,517 vote lead with 44,161 votes to Donald Trump's 34,644 votes. We're going to closely, obviously, watch this. This is now with 10% of the vote in, so it's too early to call the state of New Hampshire. Now, one thing here, I want to start off with this. This is a huge one. This is Pennsylvania, the state everyone's going to be watching. We're watching as 2% of the vote has come in, so obviously this is very early. This will be huge for either side, either party tonight, and it is crucial for both sides to win the state of Pennsylvania. Right now, early numbers coming in with 3% of the vote in show Kamala Harris with a 84,416 vote lead here in Pennsylvania. Where that means she has 133,680 votes to Donald Trump's 49,264 votes. So definitely, we're keeping an eye on this very closely. The number specifically that we're watching is in Pittsburgh, where right now with 25% of the vote in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, as you can see here, has a commanding lead there with around with 133,680 votes to Donald Trump's 49,264. This is a huge area that she targeted, and it is important, again, for both candidates to win Pennsylvania. We'll be closely monitoring this throughout the evening as results continue to come in. The other thing I want to point out is North Carolina. This is huge. Right now, Kamala Harris with 6% of the vote is leading in North Carolina right now with 232,672 votes to Donald Trump's 182,533 votes. That makes it a margin between of of a difference of 50,169 votes. Now, again, it's too early to call this, but this is showing again here with 7% of the vote with Kamala Harris with the lead. You are seeing a lot more blue showing up on this map already. This is again a huge state for Kamala to have to really take a stronghold. It would be a great win for her if she was able to. Let's take a look at Georgia right now, another swing state that we'll be closely monitoring. Again, this is too close right now, but with 36% of the vote in, Donald Trump is leading in the state of Georgia with 1,085,382 votes to Kamala Harris's 844,824 votes. That's a difference of 240,558 votes, which is what Donald Trump is ahead by at this particular time. Now, again, what we're going to closely watch is here in these areas in the Atlanta suburbs, all around Atlanta. This is the area that brought the win in 2020 for the Democrats. It could happen again here in 2024. We'll be closely watching those results as those numbers come in. We're also seeing the same areas again around the Augusta area here in Georgia that were very Democratic at the time. And we're going to watch those results as they come in. Again, this is still very early data, but Donald Trump is ahead at this particular time. The other big thing here, which is really incredible to see with 5% of the vote in, so it is exceptionally early, is looking at Texas. If Kamala Harris takes Texas, then we can pretty much tell you the election would be over. Looking at this right now with Kamala Harris has in Texas, again, Texas, a big state, so it'll take a while to get results in, but with 5% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is leading with a total of, we're just getting new data in as I'm talking to you. She is now leading with 657,967 votes to Donald Trump's 595,385, putting her ahead by 62,582. Again, this is very early to be looking at this, but in Dallas, especially with 59% of the vote in, Dallas has gone back and forth in recent years of being leaning towards Democrat, Republican. We'll closely be watching that, but that is huge to see this early on. Again, that's a very early tattletale sign to look at here. And we're seeing here, again, Kamala Harris leading in the Dallas area right now with, again, 60% of the vote to Donald Trump's roughly 38% of the vote. So that is, again, huge. We'll continue to watch that. Down in Austin, it's extremely close right now with Donald Trump leading with just a little more than 49.7% of the vote to Kamala Harris is 48.5% of the vote. That tends to also be a more liberal area. We're going to watch those numbers come in closely over the next couple of hours. Now, also here, we're watching the state of South Carolina. South Carolina, which also is too early to call, right now is showing some very interesting thing that Kamala Harris is not too far behind in South Carolina, but the likelihood that South Carolina would switch in a predominantly Republican state is unlikely, but we'll watch this closely, where Donald Trump is currently leading by 56,790 votes at 200, which means he has 273,022 votes to Kamala Harris's 216,232 votes. We'll continue to watch these numbers very closely as the evening goes on. The only other states right now that we have data in for at the moment is that we can start seeing data in is with the state of Kansas. The state of Kansas right now is leaning in the direction of Trump, but again, way too early with only 1% of the vote in. You'll have to continue to watch that one very closely as well. We'll watch all of that as data continues to pour in. I want to go back to Pennsylvania because we're seeing more data come in, and this is specifically as we projected. Thought theory right now is around the Pennsylvania area, specifically in Lancaster County. This is an area around Philadelphia that we expect it to be predominantly Democrat, and this is a huge part of how Kamala Harris can win the state. Of Pennsylvania. Looking again here at in the area of Lancaster right now, which again currently is showing Kamala Harris ahead. Again, understand this is with 0% of the vote in, so there's a very minimal information that we have available to you. We're going to jump over to Michigan also in just a minute with some data that's coming in. But here, look at Lancaster with Kamala Harris at 51.5% of the vote at 485 to Donald Trump's 381. Now, again, this is early information. Philadelphia, a predominantly Democratic threshold, which is where Kamala Harris held her final rally last night. We're going to closely watch that too. She's leading commandingly With 17% of the vote in, she has 99,295 votes to Donald Trump's 13,177 votes. Again, something closely to watch. I want to jump over to Michigan now, which is also showing predominantly here, Kamala Harris in the lead here in Michigan. We're going to closely be watching this again as the evening goes on. Kamala Harris ahead right now by 62,597 votes. This is a huge thing here to see her leading by that. She has 87,857 votes to Donald Trump's 25,267 votes. So again, if we look here towards like the area of Oakland County here in Michigan, you will see where she is really holding that commanding lead. We're going to have to watch these numbers closely as the evening progresses. Again, this is with 14% of the vote in this particular county. We're going to watch these numbers continue as they come in throughout the evening, so keep it tuned with us as we watch those data. Also very interesting to watch is the state of Ohio right now, where right now with 35% of the vote in, right now Kamala Harris is leading the state of Ohio. This has predominantly gone Republican over the last several years. This will be something very closely to watch, especially given that it is the vice presidential pick for Donald Trump, J.D. Vance's home state. And seeing Kamala Harris with a lead right now of 83,162 votes with 35% of the vote in is quite astonishing, and we're going to closely be watching this. And so that means that Kamala Harris has 1,080,449 votes to Donald Trump's 997,287 votes. Now, will this flip Democratic? We don't know. It's too early, but it is something that we're watching, that we are seeing right now. Kamala Harris leading in the state of Ohio. So we're going to closely, obviously, be watching the state of Ohio now all of a sudden. Now, again, these are early numbers. The state of Virginia is another one where I can almost guarantee you pretty much that we'll be able to project the state of Virginia in a short period of time. It has gone Democrat the past couple of years, past couple of presidential cycles. It usually does, and I expect that to remain the same. It's been a predominantly strong threshold for the Democrats, and right now Kamala Harris is ahead by 89,416 votes. With the meaning that she has a total of 686,653 votes to Donald Trump's 597,237 votes. So this is something we're going to keep watching as these numbers continue to pour in. And again, we are live here on YouTube, so if you have any comments you'd like to provide, please feel free to comment them, and we'd love to interact with you. If you are watching our live stream, please feel free to comment below your thoughts. Now, again, this is something here that we are continuing to closely watch all of this. I want to also, because this is not just about the presidential race tonight that we're watching, we are also talking about Senate races. Senate races is another big thing here, and look at this here. This is the state of Texas here, where we're watching the race between incumbent Ted Cruz versus Democrat candidate Colin Allred. Colin Allred, at this moment in time, again, very early with 14% of the vote in, is leading with 850,000 votes, 850,522 votes to Ted Cruz's 763,759 votes. That's around 96,763 votes different. So that's huge. And again, watching these areas we're going to see how this goes throughout the night. We'll continue to watch that. That would be a huge flip for the Democrats. Out in Michigan right now, this is something we will probably be able to project soon, that Elise Slotkin will be able to take the seat in Michigan, the Senate seat in Michigan. Not much of a surprise to us there. In Massachusetts, we can project automatically that Elizabeth Warren has won has kept her seat in the Senate against Republican John Deaton, something again that we pretty much expected. We're not too much surprised here by those results. Now, I want to jump forward while we're waiting for more data to come in. I want to go over to this map here. This is what, again, we're going to be looking at all night long. Now, this is showing you here probabilities here. So if for Kamala to win, she needs to win the state. If she wants to get to 270, her easiest path, as you may even well know, we have been hearing, is to take the Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, she easily gets to 270. Now, there's some other things here in play that could make this more of a sweeping match for her, and that is here, the state of Iowa. We're going to watch when results come in from Iowa in a little while, because that is going to also be very interesting to watch. We saw the other day the poll numbers that came out of Iowa, where Kamala Harris was ahead over Donald Trump by 3 points over the margin of error in the state of Iowa for president there. What that basically means, and that poll, by the way, is simply understanding here that that is the gold standard of polls. The polling in Iowa at the Des Moines Register is a very gold standard of poll. So if that, let's say that holds true, and that Kamala takes Iowa, let's just say that happens, that puts her at 276. Let's say she continues right now to hold her lead right now in North Carolina. If that continues, she's at 292. Georgia is going to be very close. I think it's going to, again, come down to the wire in the state, especially in the suburbs out of Atlanta. But if, let's say, she can pull off Georgia, then she'd be at 308. The big question mark here in my mind is Arizona, where polling does show Donald Trump significantly ahead. So we're going to put that, just for example here, in the column for Donald Trump, getting him to 224. Nevada will likely, in my opinion here, go towards the Democrats. So let's put that in Kamala Harris's category, giving her a huge win over this at 314 votes to 314 electoral college votes to the Republican Donald Trump's 224 Republican electoral college votes. So this is something that we're going to keep obviously closely monitoring throughout the night tonight. This is obviously a huge thing to continue to watch. And it's incredible as what we're seeing here as numbers continue to come in. We want to go back into that. So I'm going to change this back to being empty, because I don't want to fill these in until we have the information ready for us. So I'm going to change the Iowa. I'm going to also leave blank for the purposes that we just don't know really with what's going to happen. But I think we can be safe on that. But I'm going to leave this like this. So right now, with the early thinking, if things are at the point where they are without any of these swing states, Kamala Harris is at 251 electoral college votes to Donald Trump's 213 electoral college votes. So we'll keep an eye on this closely. Let's go back here now to the presidential electoral president votes here. And again, we're seeing this switch here, obviously, with 22% of the vote in. Yes, Donald Trump is now leading in the state of Pennsylvania, being ahead by 151,485 votes. Again, expected. It is Texas. We'll closely continue to watch this, though, because, again, we're just seeing a lot of these Republican counties starting to have their numbers show up here. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how that progresses throughout the night. In North Carolina, again, as we continue to watch this, Kamala Harris's numbers have shrunk a little bit in North Carolina, but again, not into a point where she is losing. She is still ahead in North Carolina, and we're going to keep watching these numbers very closely out here in the Asheville area. You can see where she is leading significantly in Raleigh, North Carolina, and Durham, North Carolina, specifically a lot of these areas that were impacted by the Hurricane Helene back last month. These are areas where also false information was provided by Donald Trump. So we're going to closely be monitoring this very closely, watching these numbers here in North Carolina, because this will also be a telltale sign to how the election goes. Now, let's go back here to the state of Pennsylvania as we continue to watch the state of Pennsylvania here. That's another thing here as we continue to watch here these counties come in, and Kamala Harris is continuing to have a dominating lead here in Pennsylvania with 348,000 votes. 348,000. We just updated that now to 370,103 votes to Donald Trump's 132,072 votes, putting her ahead right now by 238,031 votes. That is a significant number. This is really, incredible here to see and to watch. We're going to be watching this very, very closely here, obviously, throughout the night. But you can see here the areas where she needs to hold these Democrat thresholds. She's absolutely doing just that. In York, Pennsylvania, an area that she is coming out strong so far with 60% of the vote in. She has a good sizable lead there. We're watching again as we're waiting for more counties to come in, but in Bucks County as well, another area that's right outside of Philadelphia. She is leading with a sizable margin of votes there. Same thing over in Northampton, Pennsylvania, as well. That is also huge. That will be continuing to watch as well. Now, New York, I'm sorry, this is New Jersey here. This is interesting, seeing that it is a very close race in New Jersey right now. But again, we expect New Jersey to go Democratic. And it is going to be something we continue to closely watch. But again, we expect her to pull off, Kamala Harris to pull off the win in New Jersey. We're not too concerned about this. This area here, Ocean County, New Jersey, tends to also be a little bit more Republican. So we're not too worried about that. Jersey City also is more Democratic, and you can see these areas. So we'll keep an eye on that. We are pretty much almost in a way confident. Again, we're seeing results as they continue to come in. Let's go back to New Hampshire here, for example, here. And Kamala Harris continues to hold a commanding lead here of around 11,606 votes. We'll continue to closely monitor this one as well. Let's take a look at the state of Maine. Again, as a reminder, the Maine splits its electoral votes, so it is expected that Donald Trump will take the state of Maine, but that they will split the congressional districts that for electoral college votes, and we'll see those numbers as they come in. Right now, Donald Trump 341 votes ahead, so that's very close at this early point in time. We cannot project either Connecticut or Rhode Island because those are too early at this time. But again, those are results we expect to be able to project in a short period of time. Another one that just came very interesting to see. Again, these are numbers that are going to flip-flop and change all the time as numbers come in, is the state of Kansas, where right now Kamala Harris is leading the state of Kansas with 5,169 votes, giving her 48,478 votes to Donald Trump's 43,309 votes. So again, this is stuff to watch very closely. We're going to continue to watch this very closely. Ohio continues to fill in very quickly, but with Kamala Harris now still holding a 482 vote lead. You can see the numbers here are quickly filling in. We're still waiting on several counties to produce their votes, but this is incredible to see so far that she is leading in the home state of J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate for the Republican ticket. So that's something to closely watch. Let's look at the state of Michigan one more time here with the numbers that we do know. And again, we're watching this closely because right now Kamala Harris is ahead by 59,940 votes. So we're going to keep an eye, obviously, on all of this. We're continuing to watch. We're just getting here early into this and going to keep a very close eye on all of these results and watching every piece of data as it comes in. Again, right now, seeing here that Kamala Harris is ahead in North Carolina by 36,903 votes. Again, this is early, but we're watching these numbers as they come in. And we expect probably soon that we'll be able to call the state of Virginia because that is continuing to grow for the numbers for Kamala Harris. We'll continue to watch that very closely as the time progresses. So do definitely keep it tuned with us for that information. We will keep an eye on that, obviously. Well, I want to, again, just jump back here to the Senate races now. Again, what we're seeing, again, this is expected here. Being that Texas is a Republican state right now, Ted Cruz has jumped back ahead in a lot of the Republican threshold area counties that have come through, with now leading by 136,490 votes. That puts him at 1,691,170 votes to the Democrat Colin Allred's 1,554,617 votes. We'll continue to watch that race very closely. In Pennsylvania, another key Senate race that we're watching is the incumbent Bob Casey, who is right now leading significantly by a large number against the Republican candidate Dave McCormick, again, currently leading with a huge number over there as well. We expect him to easily win that race as well. So we will keep an eye on that as the evening goes on. I want to also just point out to you here and show you this. This is the national polls. These are polls that literally, these are not the votes. These are the polls that just came out. That came out within the last 24 hours. And these were the last polls that were to come out. And this shows that it is a virtually tied race, but Kamala Harris is ahead by 1.2 1.2 percent basically here, and we're watching that closely to see if indeed that holds. Again, here as we watch these numbers here, and we're going to keep watching here the numbers throughout the evening. Let's jump back here to Georgia. Again, you're seeing those counties all around Atlanta, which is a huge part for Kamala Harris's victory. If she wants to take the state, she has to hold those counties. And right now, she is clearly doing that. And again, we're watching the same thing down in Liberty County near Savannah, Georgia, and Chatham County near Savannah. So we're watching this closely. There's also some other areas here that we're watching with their votes as they come in. So we'll have to closely monitor this. Again, still way too early, but around 50% of the vote in, and Donald Trump is leading by 306,556 votes in the state of Georgia. So we are, oops, sorry about that. So we're going to have to closely continue to monitor that. In South Carolina, it's still too close to call as well. But with 34% of the vote in, Donald Trump is leading in the state of Georgia as well. But again, right now, looking here in Pennsylvania, this is the state we're all going to have our eyes on right now. And the numbers continue to increase at 8% of the vote in for Kamala Harris right now. She has a very strong threshold on the state of Pennsylvania, not just leading in Pittsburgh, but now outside of Pittsburgh in Washington County. This is a huge number boost for her to show this early on. This is extremely closely that we're going to have to watch this very closely, but this is a telltale sign that we're going to continue to watch. It's also very interesting here with 8% of the vote here in Kansas that she is leading just a small margin right now. And we expect this to change because Kansas is a predominantly Republican state, but she is leading by 1,264 votes. So we're going to closely keep an eye on that as well. Again, if you want to interact with us, this is the Cultural Connections podcast. We are live here for 2024 special election coverage, so keep it tuned with us as we continue to watch these results come in throughout the evening. We're going to continue to closely monitor all of these results as they come in. Right now, you can see the big map here in front of you, where right now Donald Trump has 99 of the Electoral College votes to Kamala Harris's 27. Again, just simply put, there's not enough information to call these states. We're going to closely be monitoring this throughout the night. And again, the states that we can project specifically here, obviously, is the state of Massachusetts, where Kamala Harris is leading, right? It has a commanding lead, obviously, with votes coming in. We can project her winning the state of Massachusetts as we watch the results come in Massachusetts, not surprisingly whatsoever. We'll continue to closely monitoring that. I also want to turn our attention, and I'm going to stop sharing for just a second, because here in Massachusetts, which is where we're broadcasting from, we have 5 ballot questions that are on the ballot here, and I do want to turn our attention to the 5 ballot questions here that are on the ballot, and I'm going to share my screen again in just a minute. I do want to make sure that these are also given the attention that they deserve. Sorry. Sorry about that. Get started. All right, hold on one second here, folks.
We've been at this polling location.
Okay. So I'm going to show you first the questions that are on the ballot for the 5 ballot questions that are here on the ballot in Massachusetts, and then we'll get into and then I'll get into the numbers for you. So bear with me for a second as you will see them come up on your screen. If I can get back to Zoom here. Here we go. And I'm going to share my screen so you can see the slides here that are going to be on your screen moment. Oops, and we're showing this wrong. Bear with me for 1 second here, folks. I want to make sure we're showing you the 5 ballot questions. That's what I'm meant to get to. So I'm going to now once again share my screen as we do this correctly this time. And we're going to go to share screen. So there are 5 ballot questions here in Massachusetts. As you can see here on your screen, you're looking at the first ballot question. After I share this with you, then we're going to jump forward and talk about and show you the results of the ballot questions as they come in. First off here is question number 1. If passed, the state auditor would have the authority to audit the Massachusetts state legislator. That is the first ballot question. Again, yes or no. Next question is going to be, so there it is question number 2. If passed, this would eliminate the state requirement that a student must pass the high school MCAS in order to graduate from high school. So we'll watch this one closely and I'll get you the information on it in just a second. Let's get to the third question here. Third question is, if passed, it would provide, question 3 is, if passed, would provide transportation network drivers with the right to form unions, meaning Uber and Lyft drivers, rideshare drivers specifically. Question number 4 is if states that if passed, it would allow persons age 21 and older to grow, possess, and use certain natural psychedelic substances in certain circumstances. And lastly, question 5, if we can get that up on the screen, question 5, there we go. Question 5 is it states that the proposed law would increase the minimum hourly wage an employer must pay a tipped worker over the course of 5 years. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen there for just a moment, and then I'm going to pull up the data on this here. Give me 1 second. Oh, shoot, I didn't want that. Hold on 1 moment. I just lost my... Hold on 1 second here, folks. Hold on, we'll be back with you in momentarily as we try to... We'll share that, close this one. All right, here we go. Let me get this pulled back here so I have... There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to bring back my share screen here and I want to show you, oops, I'm going to share my screen here so we can see the 5 ballot questions that are again on the Massachusetts ballot. Again, as I just said, question 1 right now, with again, too early to call on any of this here, but what we can tell you right now early on is that the yes vote right now, no, question 1 is right now with early projections showing a yes percentage coming in with 2,630 votes to 1,121. Question 2, again, the removing of the MCAS requirement. This one is very close. Obviously, again, way too early for us to give any projection on this. Shows the yes side, which would mean eliminating the MCAS, versus no, which means keeping the MCAS in this case. Yes votes have 1,528 votes to the 1,491 for the no votes. The rideshare question has an overwhelmingly yes vote. We can probably project that coming out in a little while that it will go in the way of a yes at 1,671 to 1,110. The other big question here coming out is question 4 right now, seeing that is the one about legalizing psychedelic drugs that I just mentioned. That one has right now 1,272 votes for the yes side, with the no side leading with 1,724 votes. Again, there's no 0% in yet, so we cannot project on any of these questions yet. Question 5, for which is the tipped workers' wage increase. This means that, which is that yes side has 982 votes to the no side's 1,346 votes. We'll continue to watch that closely. Let's go back to the national picture here and talk about the presidential picture. Again, we're continuing to watch these numbers. We can now see here that Donald Trump has taken a slim lead here in the state of Ohio. Again, expected, but it still is a very close lead, a much closer, I think, margin than anyone probably really expected. So we'll have to closely watch that one very closely to see how things progress over the next couple of hours. But that is still very close, and obviously too early to call. North Carolina at this time is very, very close right now. Kamala Harris only ahead now by 648 votes. We'll closely keep watching this as, again, it is still very neck and neck there. We'll have to keep an eye on North Carolina very closely. Let's jump over to Pennsylvania again as we watch those numbers continue to come through. And now we're seeing areas like right outside of Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Wyoming, Pennsylvania, with Kamala Harris taking a lead there. Out here and towards the western part of Pennsylvania, again, similar thing in Warren County. So these are areas that we're starting to see a lot of votes come in, and we're going to watch this closely because Kamala Harris is leading the state of Pennsylvania right now by 302,003 votes. That's a significant margin, and that we'll have to closely be watching. We were looking at Texas earlier, as we mentioned, and again with that right now, Donald Trump does have a more sizable lead of 227,707 votes. Again, this information is too early to project because there's just not enough data. Let's go back to the state of Georgia, again, also where President Trump, former President Trump is leading with 331,404 votes. A lot of the votes are coming in quickly, but again, right now showing at this point in time that President Trump is leading in the state, but that does not mean we still don't have enough data with 53% of the vote in, and we're seeing these suburbs around Atlanta showing significant numbers that don't have enough data. Those will explode. Those are big areas, and we're going to watch that, like DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, Cobb County, one of the big ones we're going to be watching there. So we'll keep an eye on that very, very closely. We're going to take a quick little break here for a minute. I'm going to play some music here in the background, and we're going to take a quick break to continue monitoring the results. Stay with us for continuing coverage. We'll be back on with you in literally just a minute. I'm Brian Ives, and you're watching the 2024 election coverage of the Cultural Connections podcast. Thank you. And welcome back to our 2024 special edition of the Cultural Connections podcast, the 2024 presidential election. We are here to give you the results of the presidential election and other info stuff that has been on the ballot tonight. My name is Brian Ives, and I'm the producer and host of the Cultural Connections podcast. Let's get right back to the numbers, shall we? That we have for you that are, again, we're closely monitoring throughout the night here right now. And I'm going to go back out here to the national picture here. Right now, what we're seeing here and seeing, again, things continuously, constantly change. Let's start off with North Carolina, where just a few moments ago, Donald Trump now has a lead in North Carolina with 69,119 votes. Again, this is way too close, way too early to call. He's only ahead by 58,665 votes. So again, we're watching all of this. It is too early to call the race or anything like that right now. We're closely monitoring that. What we can tell you is right now that Donald Trump, let's start with actually Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has won the state of Massachusetts, the state of Vermont. We can project that. The District of Columbia, the state of Maryland, and the state of Maryland, which gets rid of the 27 electoral college votes that she is currently leading right now. Right now, we can also project for you that the states that Donald Trump has so far won. That includes the states of West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina, Oklahoma, and Florida. And we are closely watching the rest of these states, specifically our battleground states, including the state of Pennsylvania right now, where Kamala Harris continues to hold a commanding lead in the state with 12% of the vote in now, leading by 330,016 votes. And you're seeing areas here in the state that were not Democratic really the last time around and are continuing to grow those Democratic thresholds, which is a huge part to watching this here in Pennsylvania. And we are closely watching that, specifically Lancaster, Chester County, Montgomery County, Bucks County, York County. I just showed you Lancaster, Northampton, Monroe, up north in Lackawanna County, and then out west here towards Pittsburgh in Westmoreland County, Allegheny County, and Washington County. Also seeing here in areas like Mercer County and Warren County, where Kamala Harris is leading. Not huge amounts at the moment, but that's also because 20% of the vote is in some of these areas. We're going to closely watch these numbers as they come in. Again, the critical battlegrounds of Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, just too early right now to call. Let's go back to Pennsylvania right now. I'm sorry, Michigan, excuse me. This is what I meant to say. And Michigan also in the state right now where Kamala Harris is leading at 62,089 votes. We're going to closely keep an eye on this and watch this one very closely because, again, this is part of that Rust Belt area that she needs to win. And we're going to closely monitor that as the numbers come in. Right now, she is leading that and is holding a sizable lead. But again, way too early. We do not have enough data to make a bold projection at this time. The other one that's interesting is actually in Kansas right now, where, again, not enough data coming in, but right now Kamala Harris is leading by 22,297 votes. That's very interesting to see, but we'll have to closely monitor that. That's with 30% of the vote in. We will closely be monitoring that throughout the next couple of hours. Now, let's take a look here at Virginia. Virginia, again, we expect this to go for Kamala Harris. Again, we know that there are large areas of Virginia that are Republican, but we can almost pretty much be confident enough to say that Kamala Harris will take the state of Virginia. It's just that we have not seen those Democratic thresholds come through yet, and that's why it's so difficult to be able to make a projection for the state of Virginia yet, but we're going to closely watch this one throughout the night. We're also seeing, obviously, the numbers coming in for Illinois. We expect that we'll be able to make a projection on that coming soon for Kamala Harris because that is a Democrat threshold state that they have always taken. We also are not yet able to project on the state of Connecticut, but again, we just don't have enough data yet. With 2% of the vote in, she's only leading by 2,512 votes. Again, just not enough data, but that is a very strong Democrat state, so we're not too concerned about that there. Same thing here, looking at Rhode Island. Again, the data has pretty much been pouring in, and Kamala Harris is leading by 156,966 votes, but that is 15. That leaves her only ahead 15,819, which is why we're just kind of being cautious as we wait for the remaining votes to be counted. We're not going to project that one just yet. Let's look at the state of New Hampshire, where right now Kamala Harris is ahead by 15,623 votes. Again, we expect when we get more results to come in that she will carry the state of New Hampshire. It's very likely that she will. So we'll keep an eye on the state of Virginia as well. So we'll keep an eye, I'm sorry, on the state of New Hampshire, excuse me, as well. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Again, watching these numbers as they come through. And again, it's just too early to give exact information yet on a lot of these battleground states. That's what we're continuing to watch. Here in Texas right now, we're seeing still very, very close race in Texas, but again, just not a lot of numbers there. Donald Trump is leading by 426,863 votes. Again, it's expected. We can't emphasize that enough, but we'll have to keep watching this to see if there are any surprises in the state of Texas. If she somehow was able to pull off a victory in Texas, then you can pretty much watch the rest of this election change drastically. We are closely, again, watching the rest of these results come through. Let's take a look at the Senate races as we continue to watch. We can easily project in, again, Massachusetts, again, which is where we broadcast from. I'm sorry, Massachusetts, I should say, that Elizabeth Warren has won the Senate, kept her Senate, retained her Senate seat here in Massachusetts with the even with 3% of the vote, and we can just easily tell by that. Same thing here in Rhode Island, where the Democrat Sheldon Whitehouse has kept his, as the incumbent, has kept his seat. In Connecticut, Chris Murphy will keep his seat for the Senate, on the side of the Senate here. In Maine right now, we're watching as the incumbent, Angus King, is right now ahead, and he will likely also be the one to keep his Senate seat as well. In Tennessee, we can project that Marsha Blackburn will be, the Republican will keep her incumbent seat. In West Virginia, which again was a key race that we were going to be watching, we can project that they have flipped the Senate seat in West Virginia, and that Jim Justice has beaten Glenn Elliott for the Senate seat in West Virginia. In Pennsylvania right now, we can tell you right now that the Democrat Bob Casey, excuse me, is ahead by 334,620 votes. So we'll keep an eye on that very much so. Again, just a very close race there, to say the least. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the night. Again, so we'll watch that very much closely too. Over in Ohio, Senator Sherwood Brown is right now ahead. Small margin, but again, we expect him to most likely keep his seat in the Senate there. In Michigan right now, as well, similar situation. We can expect probably the Democrat to keep their seat, but with that meaning Alyssa Slotkin she will keep the Democrats holding that seat. But again, just too early because we just don't have the data yet for it. So we're going to closely watch that. In Missouri right now, the Senate seat over there shows the Democrat with a heavy lead right now. So we'll have to closely watch that too. We're also watching here. If you are on Facebook, on YouTube with us, please feel free to comment anything, and we gladly will do our best to answer if you have any questions for us throughout the night. But right now, again, that is what we're watching at the moment. I want to jump back here to the map again for 270. This is something we're going to be watching again very closely here throughout the evening, and we're going to be watching this exceptionally close. So definitely just keeping that part in mind. Let me just look up one other piece of data here. Bear with me for 1 second. But I do want to, again, just reiterate, we don't have a full amount of data in here yet. So we're going to have to closely be monitoring all of this, obviously, very closely as the night continues to progress. So we're going to watch, sorry. We're going to closely be monitoring this throughout the evening. So definitely keep it posted with us here. But let's take a look here at the map to 270. Again, right now, let's say that Kamala Harris continues to hold her lead in Pennsylvania. We add that to the win column for Kamala Harris, and she is. I'm sorry, I didn't take away Michigan and Wisconsin there. We gotta do that as well. That gets her to 245. Now, what does she need for a victory? Simply put, she just needs to hold on to the Rust Belt states of Michigan and Wisconsin. If she can continue to hold that, she gets to 270 easily. Now, let's say if she does not get that, I'm going to change things up here a little bit, and I'm going to say that let's say Trump gets Pennsylvania, comes around and wins Pennsylvania. That does not mean, again, here that the race is over. What that basically means is, let's say Kamala Harris takes the state of North Carolina. That gives her another great advantage here, and then all she would have to do is take the states of Michigan and the states, I'm sorry, in the state of Michigan and the state of Wisconsin, and let's say as well here, which would put her over the edge, is getting the state of Iowa. And that would also be huge, and that would put her over the edge. We'll have to watch Iowa closely. As I mentioned earlier, if you were here with us a few minutes ago, the state of Iowa right now, that Kamala Harris is leading in the state of Iowa by 3 points in the polls. And that is the gold standard of polls. And that poll has not been wrong. So we're going to closely watch that as time comes through. So we'll watch that. However, let's say then here that Donald Trump does hold on to the state of Iowa. Let's just say that hypothetically speaking. And we can say here that Kamala Harris takes the state of Georgia. If she holds on to and takes North Carolina and Georgia, then she wins the presidency. That's another route that she can get to winning the presidency. If she doesn't take get the state of Georgia, but President Trump gets that, by former President Trump gets the state of Georgia, still no winner there. You're at 267 to 254 with, again, Kamala Harris with the advantage holding on to North Carolina there, let's just say, again, in a hypothetical sense here. All she would have to do is take one of these 2 states, and most likely that would be Nevada, and she would have the win for the presidency. Now, that is all she needs. Now, let's just say here, hypothetically speaking, that Trump takes the state of Nevada, but that all of a sudden the polls were wrong, and Kamala Harris takes the state of Arizona. That happens, then Kamala Harris is over the threshold again for the 270 that she needs to win. So there are multiple ways for both candidates to win the election. I'm going to put these both back to neutral now so that we can watch this as it unfolds and not fill this in until we have the data for it. So that's why I am not filling this information in just yet. And we're going to closely watch that. So we'll have to see as time goes on throughout the evening and what we know. And I'm going to take off Georgia as well because we just don't have the information on that. We are closely watching, obviously, all of this. I want to jump back to the presidential election results because I want to see where things stand. And right now, again, looking at Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris continues to grow her lead here in Pennsylvania now with 14% of the vote in. She continues to hold a strong lead here as votes continue to tally in. That is a huge advantage for Kamala Harris. In Kansas, which is, again, something to be watching here, her lead has shrunk a little bit because she's down to only now leading by 20,765 votes. We'll have to closely watch that because, again, that is something still too early to give exact information on. We don't have any information on Iowa yet because the polls are closed there at 9, so we're going to closely watch that one when it comes in, obviously. Up in Michigan right now, Kamala Harris is still leading by 58,849 votes. Let's bring this down a little bit. And again, we're just going to closely be monitoring that, obviously, throughout the evening. So that is something to, again, closely continuing to monitor. We can now project as well that that Donald Trump will win the states of South Carolina and Arkansas and Missouri. So we'll closely be monitoring that. In Illinois, right now, Kamala Harris is leading significantly in the state there, but again, just too early. We just don't have the data. You want to be as careful as this as possible and not bring in data when you just don't have the information just yet. So continue to stay with us as we watch this data pour in, and it is something we're going to continue to closely be doing throughout the evening here. I cannot emphasize that part enough. I want to jump back here to the Senate races, and then I want to jump back into talking about here in Massachusetts, the ballot questions. In Missouri right now, as I just banged my elbow, the Democrat Lucas Cantz is leading the Republican there by 21,583 votes. That's something, again, we'll have to closely continue to watch. We'll watch that one closely. This is for Senate. In Virginia, Tim Kaine is leading the Republican candidate there significantly. We expect Tim Kaine to be able to hold on to his seat, and we'll watch those numbers too as they come in. In Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, is a key race that we're watching, but again, we are looking at early numbers and they're showing him significantly ahead, so it's not too much of a race that we're concerned about, but we'll keep an eye on that closely. In New Jersey, again, similar thing. Andy Kim ahead as a Democrat candidate, and we're going to closely watch that one. But with 31% of the vote, we can pretty much be understanding of where that race is headed. So we will keep an eye on that. I also want to just jump. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. I want to share the governor's races because those are also races that we are going to watch here very closely as the night goes on. And I'm going to jump over to that right now, if we can pull up the map. For governor races, there are several governor races around the country, and we are going to share my screen on that right now for you so you can see that. And here we go. Let's take a look here. I'm going to start with New Hampshire. This is a race that I think no one thought was going to be this close, but it is. We'll have to watch this key race for governor very closely. This is with the Republican Kelly Ayotte leading right now with 5,100 votes, and against her Democratic challenger Joyce Craig. So we'll watch that race very closely. Too early to make a call there. In Vermont, the Republican and the incumbent Phil Scott will keep his seat in the seat for governor. In North Carolina, we can tell you that we can project easily here that the Democrat Josh Stein will take the governorship for the state of North Carolina against Republican Mark Robinson. Many of you know Mark Robinson was plagued with a lot of allegations of different things, challenges against him. In Missouri here right now, the Democrat Crystal Quaid is leading the Republican by 8,201 votes. We'll have to watch that as it comes through too, because again, that is a Democrat leading in a Republican state. We can also project that the governor, as the race in Indiana with a Republican, will likely take. We can project that actually, I should say, has won the race there, and that is again with 53% of the vote in. Same thing in West Virginia, where Patrick Morrisey has beaten the Democrat Steve Williams. Again, these are not races that we expected to change at all right now. Right now, basically, that leads where Republicans have 20 are holding. Now 22 governorships and 21 seats for the Democrat. We are expecting a projection to coming in momentarily. We're just waiting on additional data for just a minute, so bear with me for just a moment as we are going to most likely have a projection. I want to jump back here to the ballot questions here in Massachusetts. Again, jumping up here. Not much information has changed because these are a little bit slower to come in, but we're going to closely be monitoring this information as it comes available. So stay with us for that. And again, these are just too early, so we can't call on any of these ballot questions, but it is something we will continue to watch here for you closely. I do want to jump back to the presidential race here, and we're going to look at the national map for just a minute because we are expecting we are standing by waiting for new polls to close, and we are expecting that within the next 5 seconds as we reach the 9 o'clock hour. So bear with us. We are expecting to be able to make some more projections shortly. And we can project now confidently that Donald Trump will keep Texas red. He will keep Texas red. That is something we did not think that would have been a very big surprise if she did not, but if Kamala Harris did not keep the state of Texas, if Donald Trump did not keep the state of Texas, but in this case, he has kept the state of Texas red. We can also project for Donald Trump that he has won the states of North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. Again, this does not change much here on the map. We are closely, again, watching numbers as they come in. We just do not have a lot of numbers yet. Again, you're seeing a lot of red on the map, and you might be thinking, if you are not a supporter of the former president, why are there so much more red on the map? This is what we're looking at right now. This is what is expected, obviously. Now, this is showing you here right now where Donald Trump has pulled ahead in Virginia. Again, we expect this to change because it is still too early here in Virginia, where Donald Trump is ahead by 8,437 votes. I want to show you back into what happened in the state of Virginia back in 2020. And you can see here as we, oops, I'm sorry, I'm trying to show that to you, and it's not giving me the information that I want to. I want to see if we can get to, see here if I can pull this up, and we look here at the 2020 election, excuse me. And I want to pull up the state of Virginia, which is not going to allow me to get the information I want here. Bear with me for a moment while I try to pull this up. We're going to just jump back to the regular presidential map here that we have. And again, okay, this is not what I want. Hold on. So, this is not what I want either. Okay. So let me jump back here, and we're going to show you live results here, obviously, as they're coming in right now. And again, this is something that we are closely watching. Again, right now, Kamala Harris leading with 95 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 153. Most of the news media is not going to project these states until they have a definitive amount of information. I can tell you, though, other sources that are non-news media are going to project a state like the state of Virginia to go in the route, obviously, of Kamala Harris, which is why they have that in her column under the live results. So again, we're just watching that closely. I'm going to jump back here and see if we can jump back into this map here. And let me see here if there's another. Let's see here. This is what I. Okay, so let's take a look here. Right now, I'm sorry, this is the latest information coming out of Virginia. And again, right now, it's already, we can call Virginia, again, even though a lot of these states are not making calls on these particular races, we can call Virginia in the state of Virginia for Kamala Harris. That is important to understand here because given the history and the information that we have for Democratic thresholds, we know she will win. In Ohio, we can actually project that Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio. But again, this is a very slim margin, much slimmer probably than ever anticipated, but he will take the state of Ohio. So we can see that here coming in very closely. I want to also show here, obviously, the state of New York right now. We can confirm here that Kamala Harris has won the state of New York. That we can single-handedly, and also Iowa. Now, we are waiting on the results to come in from, I'm sorry, not the state of Iowa. I misspoke there. The state of Illinois, excuse me, for Kamala Harris. And we are waiting on results to come in from these other states. We are watching very closely. This shows you here Kamala Harris continuing to lead in Michigan right now. We'll closely monitor that. I want to jump back to Pennsylvania, again, a state that we are very closely monitoring right now, where Kamala Harris is continuing to hold a commanding lead in the state of Pennsylvania, which is huge. Right now with 714,692 votes to Donald Trump's 382,243 votes. Again, I emphasize the fact here, if Kamala Harris holds the state of Pennsylvania, that will be a huge push to get her a higher chance at winning this election. So we're going to closely be monitoring this again over the next couple of hours. But right now, she is holding a strong threshold with 15% of the vote in. Let's drive back here to the map here. And again, we just don't have a lot of data yet coming in yet. We don't have anything in for Iowa. So we'll have to come back to that as soon as we have it. Obviously, I don't think Iowa's results have come in yet, actually. So we'll closely come back to that to watch that. Again, right now, you have Donald Trump with 194 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 95. We'll closely be monitoring this again because we just don't have, there's not a lot of data in yet. But again, right now in North Carolina, Donald Trump is leading in North Carolina. Again, still very close there, so which is why we cannot call the race in North Carolina yet. We'll keep an eye on that very, very closely. So definitely keep an eye on that. We can also project, I mean, we've made the projections here. We're going to look at Nebraska here. This is something that we want to watch closely. And right now, again, we can project here in the state of Nebraska, which similar to Maine, goes by has the state electoral votes plus then the county plus the district votes. So right now, we can project that Donald Trump has won the state of Nebraska, but we cannot yet call District 1 or District 2 as the results just do not have information on those information right now. And we'll have to keep an eye on that very, very closely. So definitely keep it closely tuned to us as we watch that. In Georgia right now, let's taking a look at the latest numbers. Again, this is very close here, which is why we are not able to project a number yet. We're watching the Kamala Harris's numbers increasingly going up, and we will have to continue watching that closely go up. So definitely keep an eye on that, because again, we are seeing that, especially here in these Atlanta suburbs. We're still waiting. Do not have data yet in Henry County or Spalding County. But we are seeing areas like Richmond County right now, where Kamala Harris has a significant lead in Richmond County, Georgia, as well as out in Burke County, Georgia, and out near Savannah, Georgia, which is Chatham County. She's holding a significant lead, and Liberty County. We are going to watch and also out here in certain areas where we didn't think to see it either, like Randolph County, Terrell County, Calhoun County, and Dougherty County. I also want to jump over to some of these House races if we can, because there's a lot of House races to watch here, and that's important to take a look at here too. I specifically want to jump over to some of these races in Georgia, because some of these are more contentious seats, obviously, than you would expect. So I want to jump forward here to the fact that we can project that Margie Taylor Greene, a very vocal member of the GOP and right-hand person to former President Trump, has retained her seat against her Democratic challenger by an overwhelming number. There we can project that. So that is something there, and that is General County 14, District 14 in Georgia. So definitely something where we have watched there closely. I want to also just look here at the Senate races as we continue to get information on that. And we are not able to project much details yet because we're still waiting on that. Let's take a look actually at Texas right now if we can. And the Texas Senate seat right now is continuing to be very close, where Ted Cruz, yes, is leading with 61% of the vote. But again, it's just too early to call. We do not have enough data yet on that. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I do want to jump back here to the president race here so we can see live results as they come forward here with us. And I do want to go back here to specifically right now to North Carolina, where again, we see President Trump leading in the state of North Carolina, but we'll closely monitor that as the evening progresses. But again, it's just too early to even look at that. Let's take a look here again with the, what are we looking at with the state of Pennsylvania. This is one that I think is continuing to really show a lot of data here that is coming forward very quickly here in the state of Pennsylvania, with 70% of the vote in. Kamala Harris is continuing to hold that strong threshold lead against Donald Trump, and that will be something very closely to continue to watch here, and we'll have to watch very closely as the evening progresses here. We do have a projection here right now that Kamala Harris has just won the state of Delaware. Again, I'm going to try to refresh this to see if we have additional information here, because it has not actually been put through here in our system yet, in this system here, but I'm going to switch over to this one here, which is CNN's data tracker, and we can project here, yes, that Kamala Harris has won the state of Delaware. Again, different information is going to be coming in through different sources. We are watching in the state of Nebraska now, actually, where Kamala Harris is ahead in the state of Nebraska. Now, again, we reiterate here that in Nebraska, 2 of the 5 electoral votes will go to the winner of the statewide vote, and 1 electoral vote goes to the winner in each of the state's 3 congressional districts. So we're going to watch this race very closely as well. And right now, Kamala Harris is leading the state vote right now, and we'll have to closely watch that. I'm going to show you the county ones too, which we just don't have the data for that yet. So we'll have to go back and see the data on that when it becomes available. Let's go back here to the national picture if we can. And again, let's show you again, North Carolina, again, just too early to call here. Latest information coming in as of just a minute ago at 9:10 p.m. And again, it is so close here with Donald Trump only leading by 119,165 votes. We'll have to closely continue watching that as the night goes on and information pours through. But again, right now you can see Kamala Harris leading the state of Pennsylvania, which is a huge thing as numbers continue to pour in. And we'll have to closely monitor that throughout the evening. Again, that is something in the state of Colorado right now. Vice President Harris is leading the state of Colorado. Again, something we expected, a predominantly liberal state. We're watching more numbers as they come in. The other one that we're seeing here is the state of Kansas, where Kamala Harris continues with 39% of the vote is continuing to hold a steady lead in the state of Kansas. But again, we just don't have enough data, which is why we can't project anything yet. Same thing here in the state of Ohio, where Donald Trump is leading in the state of Ohio. We'll probably be able to call that one soon. But again, it's just too early to give exact data because there's still a lot of information that could change these numbers drastically, which is why we're not able to make a projection on that yet. Let's look here again at the national picture. You're looking at this saying, wait a second, how is it possible that Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 30? This is important to understand because we do not have enough data in yet to project a lot of the Democratic threshold states. That is why, but we expect those obviously to remain in Democratic threshold areas. So definitely keep that as an understand with the understanding of that. We really cannot emphasize that enough. The next polls will close in 46 minutes and 33 seconds and counting. So we'll keep an eye on that information as it becomes available. We are really closely watching all of this as the data continues to pour in. Let's go over again here to Wisconsin, where right now in Wisconsin, because we only are seeing very little data coming through right now, Donald Trump is ahead by 317 votes. Again, that's because we only have a very small amount of votes in right now, so we cannot go by any data there. But in Michigan, we have more votes coming in, and Kamala Harris is continuing. Kamala Harris continues to lead the state of Michigan with a significant number as numbers continue to pour in. She leads by 44,961 votes. And that is a significant margin to keep watching. We will keep watching this closely as the evening progresses. So definitely keep it tuned with us as we watch these numbers progress over the next couple of hours. And again, that is something that we are watching also closely. Same thing here in the state of Minnesota. You're probably thinking to yourself, wait a second, the state of Minnesota, that's the home of vice presidential candidate for the Democrats, Tim Walz. Yes, but we don't have data in yet, so we can't make much of a projection yet because we only have one little small area outside of St. Paul that Donald Trump is leading. And that's it for data right now. And that's what we're looking at. 592 votes to 257. That's only 325 votes away, and that's why we're not able to make any sense of information there yet. It is something to continue to watch very closely, and we will continue to watch it very, very closely. I mean, again, this is stuff that we cannot emphasize enough. Let's take a look at the state of Iowa. We do have votes coming in on that. Right now, Donald Trump is leading by 1,383 votes. Again, this is too early to call because we just don't have enough data. There's not enough data that has come through. He is only ahead by 1,383 votes. We'll have to continue to watch the state of Iowa very closely as we watch numbers come through. We are going to continue to, we can tell you right now that in Wisconsin right now, Kamala Harris has just taken a lead here in the state of Wisconsin by 349 votes. Again, based on the fact that we do not have enough data, we have to keep closely watching that. But she is leading in the Rust Belt states right now. And if that holds and she holds that momentum, she will win the election. And we will know. And that is what is going to be our telltale sign on that front. We will have to closely watch that. In addition, in Kansas City, with 40% of the vote in, it's very interesting here. With 40% of the vote in right now, Kamala Harris continues to hold that lead over Donald Trump. This is something we'll watch closely because that's very surprising for the state of Kansas to see a Democrat leading in a Republican state. We'll closely monitor that. Let's go back to Pennsylvania, where again, Kamala Harris is leading a significant margin at 263,097 votes. And with 21% of the vote in, she is continuing to increase her lead here. It is something, again, we'll have to keep closely on here, kind of close eye on, very close, and something to watch very closely. In Georgia, back to Georgia again, we just don't, the data is still coming in right now around these Atlanta suburbs where there just is not enough data yet to project anything. And these are big counties around Atlanta that hold a lot of votes. And once we get those in, that will drastically change these numbers. So like, let's say here, for example, in DeKalb County, where Kamala Harris is leading right now by 211,556 votes, that will drastically change the numbers overall, because look at what he's leading by. That will cut things down. These are numbers that are still coming in. Remember, you have to understand here that the numbers do not change until the county is fully counted for. So we cannot, we have to wait till 100% of the vote is in for each of these counties in order to get that information. Cobb County, one of the biggest ones and one of the ones we're watching very closely, shows Kamala Harris with 78% of the vote in at 191,220 votes. That is a huge number for her to be leading by. It's not a huge difference between her and Donald Trump, but it's still a significant number. As you can see, Donald Trump has the 137,643 votes, and Kamala Harris has 191,220 votes. This is something, again, we'll be closely watching throughout the evening here, because, again, it just shows us that there is still a lot of data that needs to come through. In Mississippi here, interestingly, there's not enough data to call this race yet because it's still too close. But again, this shows you here where Donald Trump is ahead by 27,906 votes. We'll closely watch this. We expect this, obviously, to stay Republican. Same thing here in Louisiana. We'll have to watch Louisiana closely, too. But again, it's just stuff to continue to watch here very closely. We've just seen here, and we can project likely that Kamala Harris will take the state of New Mexico. I'm going to switch back here to our other source here, to see what we can get here for information as it becomes available. Again, all of the states here that you see here in the red are what we can, almost guarantee that Kamala Harris will, that Donald Trump will win, and are projected to, and that is what in this road to 270 to win is, counting on. Now we're looking here at Des Moines, Iowa, which is very interesting, and we're seeing Kamala Harris with a commanding lead there. That's something to really closing. And we only have 91%, we only have 9% of the vote in right now for the state, and we're going to closely watch these numbers as the night continues to progress. So that's something to keep an eye on. That is something very much we can keep an eye on. In Virginia right now, again, Kamala Harris did come back in that with the 1,162,000, again, which is why we can project that in her column. We'll keep an eye on that, obviously, very much so, too. I do want to jump back here in Massachusetts to these 5 questions right now as the numbers on that continue to come in as well. And again, let's start with question 1 here, as you see on your screen. And that is that the yes side currently holds on question 1, which is the state legislator. Should the auditor have the right to audit the Massachusetts legislator? And right now, the yes side has a commanding lead on that. But again, just too early to call on that. Question 2 is to remove the MCAS requirement. That is a very close right now, close race on that. And we'll have to keep an eye on that. You see the numbers there on your screen. Question 3 is about rideshare unions and whether or not the rideshare companies like Uber and Lyft should be able to form a union. Again, that race has an overwhelming number right now of yes votes on there. On the question 4 of whether or not to legalize psychedelic drugs and in certain circumstances, the no side is leading that with 5% of the vote. And again, we're going to closely watch that because that is very close right now. And then lastly, question 5, the tipped workers wage increase. That is also by the no vote right now, leading by a good number there as well. So we'll keep an eye on all of that as well. Let's jump here to the Senate race, where you can see here the independent right now senator in Nebraska is currently leading with 27% of the vote. That is also huge. I want to jump back here to Texas because we can see here that, again, with 62% of the vote, and this is still a very close race here for Senate, so we'll closely keep an eye on that one as well. In Virginia, again, we can project that the Democrat candidate, Tim Kaine, the incumbent, will keep his seat. The incumbent, Bob Casey, in Pennsylvania, will likely keep his seat. Kristen Gillibrand will keep her seat in New York. These are things that are just pretty much a given as we watch this unfold over the next couple of hours. Again, it's still anything can change, so we will keep an eye to this very, very closely, obviously. So definitely understanding of that. So we will watch that. In Minnesota, we can see that Amy Klobuchar is winning her race by a substantial number. Again, just not enough data to call that yet, but we should be able to probably in just a short period of time. Again, we have a lot of people asking why you're not. We do have a projection coming through in just a minute, so we're going to stand by for that as we get that data in. This is also showing you the governor's race. I want to specifically jump to the New Hampshire governor's race, where the Republican Kelly Ayotte is leading by Joyce Craig. Again, this was expected because usually in the governor's races in New Hampshire, they do go Democrat. In Missouri right now, the Democrat is actually leading in that race with 16% for the governorship. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We have a projection here for you, and that is to show you that we can now project that Kamala Harris will win the states of Illinois and the state of Rhode Island. So again, this will change the numbers here up in just a minute. Let's go back to our presidential map here, where again, right now, I'm going to show you here where Kamala Harris is now at 53 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 154. Again, this is something we are closely watching. We're also seeing here in the state of Maine, again, this is very close, but again, this is expected, obviously. And again, we expect that this is all information that we expect at the moment, at this time. In Wisconsin, yet again, Donald Trump is leading by a significant number. Again, this is something to closely watch. Right now, it's just too early with 4% of the vote in. We just don't have the data to really give an adequate picture. Same thing here in Minnesota, where again, we just don't have the data in Minnesota yet with no percentage of the vote in. This is just early vote numbers coming in. So please, again, do not take those numbers literally that you see as they come up on the screen. In Iowa now, though, we can tell you that Kamala Harris is leading in the state of Iowa significantly by 23,894 votes. That is an interesting thing, again, given the fact of the poll that came out the other day showing her leading, taking the state by 3 points in the poll there. So that is something we'll closely be watching as the next couple of hours progress. In Pennsylvania, the numbers for Kamala Harris continue to increase with 34% of the vote in. She is still ahead by 241,768 votes. This is something we are really closely watching as the evening progresses, and we are closely watching all of that. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris is also leading, but we just, again, because of the fact that it's too early to make a projection here, we don't want to call that just yet until we have more information. We expect her, obviously, to take the state of New Hampshire, but we just don't want to call it yet without substantial information. So definitely keep it tuned with us here for the keep it tuned for the all these results. And so definitely keep it tuned here as we continue. And we are watching these numbers as they come in. Again, please, I cannot emphasize enough for those looking at this saying, well, wait, this doesn't, I mean, why the numbers like this? This is always expected early, obviously. We are still very early into this election. A lot of polls across the country still have not closed yet. That is why the numbers are at where they are. In Virginia, obviously, as you're seeing here, it looks like Trump is leading. But again, this is because there's a lot of Democratic counties that have not had their votes counted yet. We cannot emphasize that part yet. This is especially right out here outside of Richmond. We don't have that data yet. We have a lot. We still only have 44% of the vote here in Albemarle. Sorry, what is that? Albemarle County here in Virginia. We just don't have enough data there yet either to say that only 43% of the vote in. But she is leading in some of these bigger counties. But again, it's just that we don't have enough data here to specifically move forward with for the networks to call a projection. However, when you look at a map like this, we can see the projection coming in from the from other non-television stations, because the television stations obviously have to be very careful with their numbers as they come in. Now, let's take a look again here at Iowa. This is something to watch closely here because, again, Kamala Harris is leading in the state of Iowa right now with 109,503 votes. This is something we will continue to watch here as the night progresses over the next couple of hours. So please definitely keep this information, keep watching this, as you'll see. We'll watch this state and how things progress here as well. In Georgia right now, again, looking at this just too close to call. Again, we're still seeing a lot of these suburbs outside of, like here in DeKalb County, where she's leading significantly. But again, we can't, you're not going to see those numbers added to her total, to the total state ballot until the, until all of the votes are counted in that county. And that's now at 68%. So we will watch these numbers change dramatically over the coming hours. So definitely keep the numbers tuned here. We're watching it closely. Fulton County, Georgia, the big one that obviously we are watching. She is leading a huge margin over Donald Trump, 72.6% to 26.5%. That is a huge, huge, huge lead over Trump, and we'll have to keep an eye on that one too. So definitely keep an eye on that. Let's go back here to the national picture here, and again, let's go to let's look at Wisconsin. Let's go over to Wisconsin again. Please don't be alarmed when you look at the numbers when you see only 6% of the vote in, because you just don't have the information. You can see here it's like in Dane County where she leads by a significant number. In Greene County where Kamala Harris leads by a significant number. So, I mean, by a very close number, but still is ahead. Same thing over here in Vernon County in Wisconsin. So again, these are just numbers that are not all in yet. That is why we cannot give projected numbers. Here in Michigan, the other state that obviously we're very closely watching, she leads that state by a significant number. We're closely watching. You can see here in the Grand Rapids area of Kent, she has a significant number, but only 12% of the votes are in. This will again continue to play a humongous here, and we're going to watch all of this as it comes through throughout the night. So we are continuing to watch all of this. I want to jump back to CNN because I'm using also CNN's latest tracking information here too. Again, being that CNN is a television network, they're not going to call states until they are definitive on their information. I'm going to specifically here show you, I'm going to try to see here if we can get from like ABC News, just some other sources here, just so you have thinking that I'm not just sticking with one particular source. I want to specifically show their map here as you see it on the screen here. And this is to show you what we're seeing here from their information. Again, what we're looking at here, this is their map at abcnews.com right now. And again, they're not prepared to make projections yet either on the state of Virginia. But again, that's because it's just that you want to make sure your information is accurate, obviously. So we're going to jump back here to the national picture. I want to see Iowa here on ABC News. And again, you see here Kamala Harris leading in the state of Iowa right now. That's something we're going to closely watch here as we continue to watch the night progress here. We'll closely be monitoring the state of Iowa. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here with us, so stay with us for continuing coverage here on the Cultural Connections Podcast Special Edition here, where we continue to watch these results, and we're going to continue to watching them as they come through. We're going to continue to watch them, so stay with us here, and we're going to continue to watch the information here as it comes through. As a reminder, I'm Brian Ives. I am the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections Podcast. You're watching us live here on YouTube for our special edition of live election coverage. We're going to take a 2-minute break here. Keep tuning in, and we will continuing to have our live election coverage. I'm Brian Ives, and I am the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections Podcast. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to the 2024 special election coverage on the Cultural Connections podcast. My name is Brian Imes, and I am the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections podcast. We are live streaming here tonight to YouTube. So if you are watching with us and you have some feedback or have some thoughts, please feel free to comment below. We are expecting another projection to come in shortly. So I want to go back to our numbers here and pull up our map. And that I'm going to pull up again. This is this is ABC News's map here, excuse me. And we're just waiting on additional information here. We do have a projection coming in that we want to bring to you now. And we can now project that Kamala Harris will win the big state of New York, the great state of New York. We can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of New York. That puts our electoral college tally now at 151 electoral votes for Donald Trump to Kamala Harris's 81. Now, I want to jump back into these numbers because some of these numbers it's very astounding to watch this as it comes through. And right now, again, here in Pennsylvania right now, we are watching as Kamala Harris is continuing to hold a steady margin of lead in the state of Pennsylvania. A lot more counties are filling in, but what we're seeing here is that there's a lot of these Democrat thresholds are really holding strong, which is what she needs in order to win the state of Pennsylvania. And that is what we're watching here very closely here as the night goes on. So we're going to watch that closely. We are also seeing here the state of Michigan, where she is also leading by 60,564 votes. Again, this is too early to call because there's just not enough data with only 13% of the vote in, but we're going to keep an eye on this. In Wisconsin, again, not enough data to call on this, but President Donald Trump is leading the state by a total of 23,797 votes. Again, just too early to call on this because we just don't have the data. Same thing here in Wisconsin. I'm sorry, in Minnesota, excuse me. In Minnesota, which again, you understand that as that is the state that it belongs to vice presidential candidate and Governor Tim Walz. But again, it's just too early because we don't have any percentage of votes in yet. So we cannot give an accurate reading there yet. That is why you're seeing it show up on your state map red, but it is incorrect. The one that's interesting here is the state of Iowa. As we watch numbers continue to come in at 19% of the vote, Kamala Harris is leading with 166,278 votes. That's 23,296 votes ahead of Donald Trump's. Again, too early to call on this, but this is something we're going to watch as 19% of the vote is now in. We also are seeing here in Nebraska where Kamala Harris is also leading. Now, remember, Nebraska is 2 of 5. In Nebraska, 2 of the 5 electoral votes will go to the winner of the statewide vote, and 1 electoral vote goes to the winner in each of the state's 3 congressional districts. So we're going to watch that very closely. But right now, Kamala Harris is leading that state in Nebraska with right now 17,720 votes. So we're going to keep an eye on that as well as the evening continues to progress. So again, you understand here, there's still a lot of data to come through. Here in Georgia, Donald Trump, as yes, you see, is leading in the state of Georgia, but there is still so many votes that need to be counted. We cannot call this yet. The 75% of the vote is in. We are watching this closely because, again, it's so important to understand that the Democratic threshold right out here outside of Atlanta still has a lot of areas that are not yet fully in. So, for example, here, Cobb County, that's the one where we're really closely watching. You can see here where Kamala Harris is leading significantly with 196,216 votes to Trump's 143,305 votes. That's 81% of the vote in, but still, you can't add that number in yet until we get all 100% in specifically. That's how that works. Douglas County, similar situation here. 94% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris leads that by a margin of 45,808 votes. So we're going to closely watch these as these counties come in. Over here in Newton County, Georgia, again, similar situation. Kamala Harris with 42% of the vote in, leads with 13,255 votes here in that county in Georgia. So these are areas that we're watching. Other areas, Clark County, Georgia, another area where we only have 3% of the vote in. This is where the tattletale signs are going to be that we have to watch closely here with the state of Georgia. And looking at that specifically, Kamala Harris has that 75% lead. Looks like a whole lot, but we're looking at 3% of the vote in, where she has 1,311 votes to Donald Trump's 421. That's why we cannot give you exact information on this just yet. But you see areas here like Warren County, where Kamala Harris, with 90% of the vote in, she is leading Warren County. That's another huge area. Looking at this next door over here at Teleferraro County, she leads that area. Again, these are smaller counties, but they do matter if she wants to try to carry the state of Georgia. All the way over here to Burke County. Again, these are areas that we just don't have enough votes yet, so it's really crucial that we keep an eye on this all throughout the night. Again, and we just cannot emphasize that part enough, and we will closely be monitoring that. Let's look back here at the state of New Hampshire. Again, Kamala Harris is significantly leading. We just need to be a little bit more cautious until we get a little bit more numbers to come in. So we're just closely going to be monitoring that. That will be a huge point marker here before we can make a full projection on that. So we definitely just want to make that clear here as time progresses. Again, you can now see here in Wisconsin here where Kamala Harris has taken the lead here in Wisconsin. So that is an encouragement. But again, here in Minnesota, you see here where Kamala Harris is not leading that right now, but that's because we don't have any percentage of votes in. I cannot emphasize that part enough right now for those that are thinking here as they look at this, that there's just no data. They're looking at this, there's just not enough data to give it. So again, I'm getting questions like people asking me if I'm nervous with the early results. And I'm not. I think right now, as we look at the data as it comes in here, and looking at data, there's just not enough information here to give exact information yet. This is why we need to continue to, this is not going to be a short 1, 2, 3 thing. Let's take a look back at Iowa. Iowa is very interesting here as Kamala Harris continues to lead in a state that has gone Republican since 2008. So that speaks volumes here. And if she can carry the state of Iowa, that is going to change the ball game in this race. Yes, Iowa only has 6 electoral votes, but that does change the trajectory of this race significantly. So we're going to closely watch the state of Iowa very, very closely. So it's just something to really keep an eye on as the night progresses here. It's around 9:40 here on the East Coast time here as we watch this information come through. Again, I cannot emphasize to those watching at home that if you're looking at this and you're looking at these numbers and you're thinking, why does it seem like the Republicans seem like they're having a sweeping race here? It is not the case. It is important to understand here at this moment in time, the data information that we know here specifically is showing us what we know. And that is in the case that there's just not enough data. We're going to take another 2-minute break here. Stay with us. We'll have more coverage coming up in just a few minutes. I'm Brian Ives. I'm the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections podcast. And welcome back here to our special edition of the Cultural Connections podcast. I'm Brian Ives, and I'm the producer and the host. We are here today, this evening on November 5th, 2024, to bring you special edition live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. Again, we've been closely monitoring these numbers as they come in. So these are changing obviously by the minute. Right now, you're looking here at the CNN map here, and see we do not want to sound biased, so I do want to also jump over here to the ABC News map. These are numbers that are going to continue to obviously change as the night progresses. So we are seeing the states fill in, but we just do not have enough information to make a lot of projections. Let's take a look here at the state of Pennsylvania again. Right now, we're seeing Donald Trump trying to edge back into the state of Pennsylvania, but Kamala Harris is still leading with 1,175,060 votes to Donald Trump's 1,079,699 votes. Again, there's a lot of outstanding votes there, which is why we cannot make a projection. Let's take a look here, at the state of Michigan. And as we take a look here at the state of Michigan right now, Kamala Harris leads the state of Michigan 420,796 votes to Donald Trump's 365,375 votes. Very close, but again, that's still very early given there's only 14% of the vote in. In neighboring Wisconsin, Kamala Harris is leading that state significantly right now, 408,521 votes to Donald Trump's 351,995 votes. Again, this is still early with 23% of the vote, and we cannot make a projection yet. Over in neighboring Minnesota, which again is the state of Tim Walz, again, you're looking at something, and a lot of people are saying, why do the numbers show Donald Trump leading in a state that is the governor Tim Walz is? Please understand that we do not have any data exception here for Murray County in Minnesota, which is a Republican county. You can't go by, there's not any data here that we can actually really look at yet easily, because these are counties that are Republican that you're seeing here on the map, which is why, and they're small counties. That is why you're seeing that exception here in Olmsted County, where Kamala Harris is leading. These numbers are going to change once we get more data. I also want to go back here to the state of Iowa, which is very interesting here. The lead has changed a little bit here, but Kamala Harris is leading at 205,830 votes to Donald Trump's 177,561 votes, with 24% of the vote in. This is very interesting because, again, this was the state where we saw an upset with the polling, where all of a sudden Kamala Harris 2 days ago had a 3-point lead in the polls over Donald Trump. So we're going to watch this very closely over the next couple of hours. I also want to jump back to Kansas. Kansas was something we were also closely watching because this was very close too. And this is why we can't call Kansas, because this race is a lot closer than we thought. Donald Trump has taken the lead in Kansas, expectedly. Again, Kansas is a predominantly Republican state. He leads the state with 342,724 votes to Kamala Harris's 321 and 312 votes. So again, this is expected, but again, it's still very surprising to see the race this close. Let's go over to North Carolina right now, where that race continues to be very close. We have 64% of the vote in. It is very difficult still to say exactly what's going to happen because we still have a lot of vote that is not in yet, and we're watching that information. That is why this state could still flip as time goes on, with Kamala Harris taking a lead here in North Carolina. So we're going to closely watch this over the next couple of hours. So definitely keep that part in mind. I'm going to zoom back out here. I want to show Virginia again because you see here they have not called Virginia yet. They're here on most of these networks, but that's because it is just such a close race there. But it is, again, this is expected. And again, Kamala Harris is likely to take the state of Virginia. Let's go back to also the state of Ohio right now, where, again, Donald Trump is leading that state. Again, that is the state of Senator Vance, who is the vice presidential pick for Donald Trump. So we'll see for the GOP. So we'll have to watch this closely, but he is leading by a significant number there, and we expect that to maintain the way it is. Again, obviously, there's a lot of data still to come forward. We're looking here at Colorado right now, where Kamala Harris has a significant lead. We expect that to stay in her favor because that is usually a Democrat area. So we'll keep an eye on that. I also want to, again, just jump back to some of these district races here in Colorado, for example, these House races. we're looking at some very interesting races here as well, specifically as we watch a very close race in Colorado's House General Election District 4. That is the race by where Lauren Boebert, who has moved into that district, changed districts, moved over there, and is running against Democrat candidate Trish Calvarese. That race is too close to call because they're very neck and neck right now, with Lauren Boebert leading at 150,084 votes to Trish Calvarese's 122,960 votes. So that's something we're going to closely watch, because that would be a big flip for the Democrats if they were able to take the seat from Lauren Boebert in the House. So we will closely watch that for you as well. We are closely watching a lot of these other races here. I do want to jump over to the Senate, if we can pull that up. That is not the Senate. 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 One of these is the Senate. Here we go. This is the Senate. And right now what we're looking at here, oh, this is the House. I am sorry. That is not the House. I'm looking for. That is President. I am sorry. We do have that is not. All right, we're going to pull up a map here for the Senate races here. Give me just a minute. So looking here at the Senate races right now, we can easily project that Tim Kaine will keep his seat in the Senate. Rick Scott will keep his seat as the Republican in Florida. I mean, these are all things that are projected, honestly. I mean, you can't say that they're not, and that is what we're literally seeing here. So we're just continuing to closely watch this information fill in. Let's take a look at the Senate race in Texas, which is exceptionally close right now. But it is true that Ted Cruz, the incumbent Republican, is ahead by 4,345,175 votes to Colin Allred's 3,696,370 votes. So we're watching this very closely here, and we are expecting obviously more polls to be closing in the next 7 minutes here, and that includes the battleground state of Nevada. So we are going to watch that closely, and I'm going to jump back here to the national picture while we wait for these results to come in, and I'm going to just talk to you briefly here for a few minutes. Again, these are the remaining battleground states that we're going to be watching. Again, as of right now, there just is not enough data to make big projections yet, but we watch Pennsylvania where, again, Kamala Harris, her lead has shrunk. She's down now, only leading by 43,410 votes, but that's because we're seeing a lot of these Republican counties coming in. Now, look at this. This is very interesting. This is Center County, Pennsylvania. This is dead center Pennsylvania, which is an area where that Trump was trying to target, but this is an area right now where 33% of the vote in, where Kamala Harris is leading. So that's something we're going to closely watch here with that county, because that's right in the middle of smack in the middle here of Pennsylvania. So we'll watch that. Same thing over here, right below it in Cambria County, where Kamala Harris has edged out just a little bit with 20% of the vote in. She leads with 7,463 votes in this county. So we're going to watch that closely, because that's a huge tattletale sign as well. Pittsburgh, she has with 57% of the vote and is continuing to lead significantly, and that's something we're going to watch. If she maintains that lead, she could easily take the state of Pennsylvania at that point, because that will put her with a significant vote margin in that state. Here in Michigan, again, right now, she continues to lead with only 15% of the vote in. She leads with 49,679 votes. Over in Wisconsin, she leads with 28,736 votes. Again, there's just not enough data here that we can make these bold projections yet. So that's why are not doing it. We want to continue to watch the data as it comes through, and we cannot emphasize that enough here, that we just do not have data yet, and we are closely watching this very closely. Now let's take a look here. We're saying we do not have data in Arizona yet, but we're saying here that Arizona is too close to call. We just don't have data. Let's go back to Iowa for a minute. That continues to play a very interesting role here, as Kamala Harris is leading by that 13,229 votes. It's shrunk a little bit, but again, because we're watching as numbers come in, this is what happens. This is what we watch. This is what exactly happens. So we're going to keep watching that closely here. Again, we do know that in the next polls will be closing in a little less than 5 minutes from now. So we're going to watch this closely as time goes on. Donald Trump, as expected, is leading back here in the state of Kansas. That comes as no surprise to us there. But again, we're watching these numbers as they come through very closely here. Again, in Virginia, this is very close here, but we expect to see, like here in Richmond, when those numbers fully come through, that where Kamala Harris is leading, for her to pull ahead with that. But again, we just cannot do that without enough information to provide to you to that. So that is why we're closely watching all of this. I'm updating here our map here on ABC. This is from ABC News as well. And again, it's just so important that we emphasize that this is still very early on. We are not at a point of being able to say who is going to win this race, who's not. We are not there yet. Please understand that we have a lot more time to go on this, and it's going to be a while until we get a result answers. Hopefully, maybe we're told here that hopefully the counting is going to be faster than it was several years ago, back in 2020, which took us several days. As you remember, the election was on a Tuesday, like it is today, and we didn't know the winner of the race until the following Saturday. So let's just keep an eye on this again. Please understand there's still a lot of data that has to come in, like including here in the state of Mississippi, where Donald Trump is leading significantly, but with 24% of the vote, and it's still close. We cannot make a bold enough projection to say that, yeah, he's definitely going to win the state of Mississippi. We are waiting for more details to come in. So please understand that. Here in New Mexico, a similar situation. It's a very close race right now. But again, these are Republican threshold areas. You're going to find that. And that's why the numbers are so close in neck right now. So we're going to closely be watching this as the night goes on. Please continue to stay with us as we continue to watch these numbers come through here, and that is extremely important. Again, the recent projections that we can give to you, though, are Colorado for Kamala Harris has won the states of Colorado, the state of Illinois, the states of New York, the states of Rhode Island, and Donald Trump has won recently the state of Louisiana. So again, this is showing you here our map here of our numbers, where Donald Trump is at 162 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 91. Again, yes, that makes Trump closer, but that is not in a path yet. Neither candidate is at that path point yet, and we're watching this closely again as numbers continue to come forward. We continue to watch this race very, 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 very closely. I want to jump forward while we're waiting here for the next for the polls here, the next set of polls to close in the next less than 2 minutes from now, just to the Massachusetts ballot question. As we continue to watch results come in, you can see here again, not much has changed. We're seeing here the Massachusetts MCAS question. Actually, the big side of that is yes, and which means to remove the MCAS as a high school graduation requirement. That is a huge number there. We do have a projection that is going to be coming in shortly, so we're going to go back to this in just a second. Question 3 is the rideshare union question. That's actually surprising to me that this is a lot closer than it is. I did not expect that, so we'll keep an eye on that one closely. Question 4 is the legalization of psychedelic drugs. We'll have to watch that one closely too. But again, right now the no side continues to take a sizable marginal lead on that question. And right now the no side for the tipped workers wage increase on question 5 has a significant advantage over that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back here now to the presidential race, as we again are expecting for a projection to come through momentarily. We are expecting that and are waiting on here to see what comes through next with the next set of data. As we reset here at the top of the hour with the next set of polls to close here at the 10 p.m. Eastern time hour, we will have the states of Nevada start their ballots counting and everything like that. While we're waiting just for a second, again, looking back here again at Minnesota, which has 1% now of the vote in. The only reason you are seeing that is because there's not enough data. So I want to emphasize that right now here in Wisconsin. Again, Kamala Harris leads Wisconsin right now. Which is huge here. Obviously, that is part of that Rust Belt that she needs to win, and she is currently leading that right now in a significant number. We're going to go back out here to the main map because we are expecting a projection coming up in the next 5 seconds as we reset at the top of the hour. It's now 10 p.m. Eastern on the Cultural Connections Podcast 2024. Election edition. And we have a projection here for you. We can project that Donald Trump will win the states of Montana and the states of Utah. That is again expected. We are not saying that we did not expect that. We are expecting that. So those go into his win column. That does not change much here. The state of Nevada is too early to call at this time. Let's take a look at the numbers. We do not have any numbers yet coming in from Nevada. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, and we will continue to do that. So again, right now, our numbers show here, as you see on the screen, Kamala Harris Donald Trump leading the electoral vote, 172 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 81. This is not anything that we did not think any different of this. We are just waiting for more data to come in. Right now, Kamala Harris leads Pennsylvania by 20,322 votes. That is a very close margin. But again, what you're seeing in Pennsylvania right now is these Republican threshold states. She just dropped it down to 18,408 votes. We're going to keep watching this again. These numbers are going to change. So please understand that is likely to happen. So definitely do not panic if you're on one side or the other here. These are just numbers that we are watching as they come in. There is not enough data to make these projections. Iowa is one that we're going to watch closely because that will again continue to be a tattletale sign. Right now, her lead has shrunk down to 1,172 votes ahead, but that does not mean she's not going to continue to maintain this lead. So we're going to watch this again. There are obviously areas in Iowa that are Republican thresholds. Obviously, the state is a Republican threshold, but given that the state's poll that just came out, and that is the gold standard for polls, shows Kamala Harris winning, that state shows very significant information. Now let's go back to the state of Georgia here. And again, I want to emphasize here, these numbers are also changing. We're at 79% of the vote in, and right now it is exceptionally close, where Donald Trump is only ahead by 208,530 votes. Why is that? Because look at the numbers here as they come through around these suburbs. As we see these numbers continue to update out of Atlanta, around the Atlanta suburbs, that is going to be a tattletale sign. We have to watch those numbers. You have to watch very, very closely. So we are going to continue to watch those numbers very closely over the next couple of hours. Same thing now what we're seeing over here down near in Harris County, Georgia, which is again something we knew we were going to watch closely. We only have 1% of the vote in there, but that's going to be a huge tattletale sign. It is increasingly important, and we can now tell you actually, as we look at Iowa right now, Trump has taken the lead in Iowa, but again, that's a very slim lead. We are going to closely be watching the state of Iowa because that will be a tattletale sign. Again, it is not unexpected if Trump wins the state of Iowa because it is a Republican threshold state. But again, the polls do show that differently. Again, here in the state of Minnesota, I cannot emphasize enough for those of you again saying to me, as you watch this, wait, Minnesota, that's Tim Walz's home state, the Democrat candidate for vice president. Yes, you are right, but we are at a point where we only have 2% of the vote in, so we cannot be able to give you exact information, and that is why. Like here, for example, Minneapolis, Minnesota, that is a huge Democratic threshold area. We don't have enough data here to be able to show you what's happening yet. So that is why we cannot make the call in Minnesota even. In Michigan and Wisconsin, she is leading the Rust Belt states here, which is huge. And that is what was needed for Kamala Harris. Again, we just do not have data in yet. I do want to jump back to North Carolina because we haven't looked on that yet in a while. That race is also significantly close. And Trump is only ahead by 208,124 votes. We are going to closely be watching these areas like out in Wake County, Georgia, where she is ahead by 323,782 votes. This is something extremely important here as we continue to watch this data come through. I cannot emphasize that we do not have all of the votes in. We're watching this, so it is this is real time here, folks. You have to be patient with the system. Out here in the Asheville County, which is Buncombe County, this is another area that was to be watched very closely. Again, 93% of the vote in, and Kamala Harris is leading with 97,669 votes to Trump's 58,544 votes. That's a significant margin there with 93% of the vote in. We'll keep watching that very closely. Here in Fayetteville, in Cumberland County, North Carolina, again, we are just getting these numbers in now. It's going to take time. Please keep that in mind. I can't emphasize that enough. In New Hanover County, again, you're looking at counties here where there just is not enough data, And oops, why can't we zoom out here? And that is why we cannot make enough of a projection yet on this, and we're waiting for the data to come through. Again, here in Nevada, we do not have any data coming in yet, so we're going to keep watching for that as that comes through. Arizona, we are starting to see some data come through right now, and Trump is ahead only by 40 votes. Let's take a look here specifically at Maricopa County. That is the big county here that Kamala Harris needs to really hold on to if she wants to take the state of Arizona. Now, right now, as it is known, Kamala Harris does not have her polling on the side of her for the state of Arizona. That is just the case. Can she still win Arizona? Absolutely. But this is something to watch closely here. Here in Maricopa County, with 51% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump with 563,054 votes to Trump's 539,004 votes. That's very close, but with 51% of the vote in, that is a tattletale sign. That also shows, so that leads here. That is the big county that we are going to need to watch very closely here in Arizona. The other area here is going to be that we're watching, that is the big county here to watch here in Arizona. So we will keep an eye on that for certain here. So again, just keep that information in mind. Back to Iowa for a second here. Again, Trump's back now up by 24,010 votes. Again, very early here in this with 40% of the vote in. We cannot make a projection there yet either. So that is why we are being just closely watching this information as data comes through. So it's just important that we keep emphasizing these parts over and over. Again, as we've mentioned, we can project that Trump is the winner of Utah without any data coming through. We can project that very much so. And again, Colorado, we are expecting to be able to make the call there soon. I do want to jump back over here to the ABC News map and show you what they have projected Colorado for Kamala Harris, whereas CNN has not. So again, this is just stuff that we're continuing to really closely watch. Let's go back here to the state of New Hampshire, excuse me, where again, a lot of the vote has come in. We're at 41% of the vote in, and Kamala Harris is ahead significantly, but we just need to get every vote counted, or at least get a higher margin before before we can make the projection. And that's why you do not see these news media stations making the projection. I want to show you all of them. So in that case, I'm going to show you also NBC News, and we're going to look at what they have done so far with their map. I'm going to show you their map here right now. Again, they are showing here that they have not obviously called Pennsylvania yet because it's too close. Let's go over here to Arizona right now, where now you can see it is a virtual tie almost in Arizona. Trump taking a lead by a very small margin at 621,131 votes to Kamala Harris's 621,091 votes. That's a very, very interesting thing. But again, in Maricopa County, that is something we're going to watch here closely. Kamala Harris is leading that county and has increased her lead within the past couple of hours, since votes have come in. So we're going to watch that closely. Let's jump back to Georgia. Again, we are still waiting on a lot of the data to come through, and that is something that we cannot, why projection and not be made. But again, Kamala Harris is not too far behind in Georgia. There's still room to catch up there. Again, North Carolina, again, similar situation. Although Trump is taking a further lead in the state, she can still catch up to that because there's still a lot of votes to be counted. And that's why we are not calling the state of North Carolina yet. Pennsylvania right now, yes, it is true here that Trump has taken a small lead in the state of Pennsylvania, but that does not mean he won the state of Pennsylvania. We're going to closely watch that. I'm actually going to jump back here to the CNN presidential map here, because I think that also is helpful here. So again, we're looking at this here now because more counties are coming in, that Trump is only ahead by 34,837 votes. That does not mean anything. So again, you're seeing here that we still have a large amount of counties like here, Lancaster County, where only 37% of the vote is in. There's a lot more votes to be counted. So please keep that in mind as you look at this. Delaware County here, there's a lot of votes that just have not been counted yet. Pittsburgh County, for example, we are watching Harris holding a commanding lead in Pittsburgh County, and that's Allegheny County, and that is huge. She spent a lot of time out there. That would be a huge area for her to win if she can hold on to it. We do not have information yet from Cameron County or Sullivan County or Union County here in Pennsylvania. We're watching that closely. But all of these suburbs outside of Philadelphia have her leading with a significant number. So we're going to keep closely watching this again as the night continues to progress. So definitely keep that in mind. As a reminder, the next polls close in about less than an hour from now, in around 49 minutes from now. We will continue to watch that information again very closely as it comes through. I also want to, I'm going to share another tab here with CBS News. I believe in being fair to all of this, and I will show you also, obviously, Fox News as well, in where they are showing things. I personally don't like the way they do this here on CBS News, but this is yet their map. So again, we're going to just continue to closely watch the information here as it comes through. And again, the states obviously that are shaded, like in the blue, those are the states that Kamala Harris has won versus the states shaded in red that that Donald Trump has won. The states that are the states that are have a highlight of blue around them, a blue square around it, but have white in it, are states that are leaning blue and likely will go blue, but are not ready to be called yet. And that's why there's not a projection yet. So we're keeping an eye on obviously all of that and are continuing to as time goes on. I am going to also pull up Fox News because I believe in showing fairness here. And I'm going to pull that up here for you, if we can. There we go. Sorry. So this is I'm going to show again full results here so we can see here. This is the Fox News map here at this time. They are showing that Trump has taken the state of taken the one of the districts here in Nebraska, where same thing here in Maine for Harris. So we're keeping an eye on this very closely. Obviously, you can see here. Obviously, they have in Pennsylvania again right now. This is just remarkable how close this is. Michigan again. Harris still leads in Michigan. She is holding her lead. She is now losing in Wisconsin, but again, this is too early to make a call here. And then same thing here as you're seeing in Minnesota. We are waiting on more information. Same thing here with Iowa. There's just not enough detailed information. I'm going to jump back to CNN because they have the best map feature that I like. So I'm going to keep it on that so we can keep an eye on this so as time goes on. Now in Arizona, as you can see here, as we just seen, Kamala Harris has taken the lead because we are now seeing Cuco Ono, if I'm pronouncing that right, Cuco Ono County, where Kamala Harris is leading, and that is huge. She's leading with 876,000. I'm sorry, she's leading the county with 228,231 votes to Trump's 16,164 votes. That's with 58% of the vote in. So we're going to keep watching that. As we watch here in Maricopa County, and that is the big county here in Arizona, she is also leading that county as well right now with 563,054 votes to Trump's 539,004 votes. So again, this is something we're really, really watching closely as the night continues to progress. Now, again, I do want to echo here with Pennsylvania. Yes, Trump has taken a 57,286 vote lead. Well, we have a lot of votes that are still not counted for. So please understand that there are still a lot of votes to be counted for. And we're going to continue to watch this very, 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 very closely. So that is something just to be continuously monitored. Let's go back to the state of Georgia for the moment here and take a look at that again. Again, you can say that, yes, Trump is ahead by 204,105 votes, but then again, you are not looking at the counties outside of Atlanta, which are Democratic thresholds, where Kamala Harris is leading at 204,777 votes. Those have not been counted yet because the results are not fully in. We are waiting for those to fully come in, and those will continue to pour in. We are standing by for a projection, so let's just wait for that and see if we can figure out what that projection is momentarily. We're getting a projection in just a minute, so bear with me as we expect a projection to come through to us in just a minute. And we have a projection here for you, and I am guessing here, yes, this is the state of Colorado for Kamala Harris. And that is no surprise there. We expected Kamala Harris to win the state of Colorado, and Trump will win the state of Mississippi. That also is not much of a surprise to us. So again, that puts us now at Trump with 178 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 91. Now, again, you may be saying, wait, she's so far behind. How can she still pull this off? There are so many votes that are still out. So please keep that in mind. Like, for example, again, here in Minnesota, you're going to look at this and say, how is it that she's not winning the state where her candidate, where her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz, is the governor there? Again, we do not have all the results in. We only have 2% of the votes in, and Trump is only leading there by 12,912 votes right now with the very little data that's in. In Wisconsin, Kamala Harris is back in the lead with 19,010 votes. Again, that's with 43% of the vote in, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go back here to Michigan. Michigan, she also continues to hold a steady lead at 43,307. We'll keep an eye on that. Here in Pennsylvania, again, I want to echo the fact, yes, Trump is ahead by 68,491 votes, but we do not have all of the votes in, for example, in Pittsburgh County yet. There are a lot of votes that need to be counted and are not in the system yet to show that they have been counted. So please keep that in mind when looking at these numbers. In Arizona, though, right now, Kamala Harris is leading significantly right now in the state of Arizona with 15,478 votes ahead. She's leading in Coconino County, if I'm pronouncing that right, with 28,231 votes to Trump's 16,164. And she's also leading in the big county of Maricopa County, where she has 563,054 votes to Trump's 539,004 votes. So again, this is stuff just to really understand and to underscore here the importance that we are still waiting on a lot more details to come in. Iowa right now, we are watching the Trump pulling ahead with 59,545 votes. Again, if he doesn't win, if Kamala Harris doesn't win Iowa, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It would be it. She can still obviously win the presidency, but again, this is something that a poll that came out 2 days ago shows her with the advantage. Now, we can tell you obviously now in Virginia that Kamala Harris is now ahead, and we expect that to remain as we continue to watch this. We expect that to remain, and we will continue to watch this very closely. So again, please understand we're still waiting on a lot of data to come through. There's still a lot of votes to be counted. This is still very early. There's still a lot of information that needs to come out before we can move forward. We do not have any information yet from Nevada. No votes have come in yet from Nevada, so we cannot say for certain on what's going on over there. Let's look at Ohio, for example, right now. We can probably project soon that Trump will win the state of Ohio. That is looking predominantly red, so we'll keep an eye on that as the next few hours continue here. Sorry, I'm trying to move out here on my map, and I am not having any luck. So again, we're going to keep an eye on all of this. For now, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. You're watching the Cultural Connections podcast, special edition on the 2024 election coverage. I'm Brian Ives, and I'm the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections podcast. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back, everybody. My name is Brian Ives, and I'm the producer and the host here of the Cultural Connections podcast. And you are watching live special coverage of the 2024 presidential election. We are continuing to bring you the live election results as they come through. Again, this is going to be a long night here for us, folks, but we are committed to bringing you the results as they come in. Right now, you are taking a look live here at the latest map here as time goes on. I want to echo the fact, and I keep echoing this to everyone, whether you are a Trump supporter or you are a Harris supporter, understand this is still very, very early here as we watch numbers come through. There is still a lot of data that has to come through. We have states here, like, for example, let's look at Pennsylvania again. You're going to say to me, wait, now Trump is leading by 109,683 votes. Yes, but that is with 54% of the vote in. And again, there are a lot of these Democratic threshold areas that only have 11, like here, Chester County has 11% of the vote in. Harrisburg, outside of Harrisburg in Dauphin County, again, she holds a strong lead, but 39% of the vote in. You cannot make projections with these little amounts here. Again, Allegheny County, that's a huge area for her. If she can hold that, that is going to be that where she is right, what she's doing right now, that is huge as well. Erie County, Pennsylvania, that is another area that we're going to keep closely watching. So definitely, again, I echo the fact here that we are still very early. It's very, very early, and we are watching as results to come through. So just please understand there's not a lot of data. We can now project as well that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Again, that's expected. I want to jump back here to the state of Iowa because, again, Trump is leading in the state of Iowa, but not by a significant margin, which is why we cannot make a projection on the state of Iowa at this time. We're looking at the state of Iowa where, again, I reiterate to you here that a poll that came out 2 days ago showed Kamala Harris with a 3-point lead in the state. So that is important to keep in mind. Hold on 1 second here, folks. I will be back on with you in just a second. Sorry about that, folks. We had some little technical difficulty there. But again, so this is looking here at Iowa. There's a lot of data, again, like here in Johnson County, Iowa, where Kamala Harris is leading in a higher number, but again, only 24% of the vote in. Same thing here in Lynn County, Iowa. There's just a lot, and outside, especially here in the area of Des Moines, Iowa, in Polk County, where she has a significant lead. So just keep this in mind, folks. We are here very early on, still in this race. Anything is still possible. What we are looking here, though, is here in Michigan, where Kamala Harris is leading in the state of Michigan still with the lead of 18,263 votes ahead. Again, still very early here. You're going to look back at this in Milwaukee. We just had a lot of Republican counties that have brought in a result. Again, this is likely expected, but it only means that he's ahead now in there by 5,999 votes. We'll keep an eye on that. Here in Minnesota, again, you're looking at something where is saying to yourself, probably, wait a second, that's Tim Walz's state. How can Trump be leading in that state? Again, understand here, you're looking at a thing here where only 3% of the vote is in, folks. 3%. I'm highlighting that there on your screen. I know it's tiny. 3% of the vote is in. That's why. So I cannot echo that part enough. And then again, here in Pennsylvania, we look at Pennsylvania really closely here. He's only ahead by 101,045 votes. That's because, again, a lot of these Republican counties, which is the main central part of the state, are being filled in, and they are smaller counties. So that is why we're seeing him leading there. He is also now leading in Arizona, but again, these are because we're looking at some of the smaller counties having their numbers come in. So taking a look here, like, for example, in Maricopa County, Kamala Harris leads by 563,054 votes to Donald Trump's 539,004 votes. Still very early there. Then in north, in Cocosino County, which is where Flagstaff, Arizona is, she holds a commanding lead right now with 58% of the vote in at 28,231 votes. So that's something to keep in mind. We do not have any data yet still from Nevada. We're waiting on that, so we cannot make any information on that. Let's look at North Carolina again. his lead has shrunken a little bit, actually. Trump is only ahead by 131,146 votes because, again, we're looking at these areas that are in blue, the Democratic thresholds, where they are getting a lot more traction. And that's what we're going to watch. That's Orange County. We're talking Durham County. These are areas where the Democrats perform strong. And that's what we're watching very closely. So we have still counties that don't have votes in yet, and we're going to have to closely watch that. Same thing over here in Fayetteville County. That's very close with 21% of the vote, and we're going to have to keep watching these and see how they continue to perform. And that's something to watch as the night progresses and the hours continue to progress. So definitely, again, understand we are still at an early part of this election. That is why we are not able to make the projections that we want. I'm going to show you again here the ABC News map. I'm trying to be fair and here to giving you information from all of the different news media outlets here, so you think that you're not just seeing one. I feel like that's the best I can do for you, is to be fair and justified on that. So definitely keep that part in mind. Again, this is a race. Obviously, we're going to see things dramatically change in the next hour or so when polls close down in California, Oregon, and Washington, which we expect, obviously, those are heavy liberal states. We expect the Vice President, Kamala Harris, to take those three states, with the biggest prize being California with its 54 electoral votes. So that will dramatically change things. Again, we cannot emphasize that enough. Again, we're waiting on, the polls are closed here in Nevada, but we are just not getting any detailed information in yet, which is why we cannot give you any information as of yet. So we're keeping an eye on that. Kansas, we're still not able to make a bold projection because that is still very close. These are races that we never thought we were going to look at as being close, but that is, again, something that we're watching closely. Same thing here in Nebraska. Nebraska, again, is not a win-all-or-take-all state. So that is something we're watching very closely. The numbers continue to justify and change as time goes on. Let's take a look at the state of New Hampshire. We're pretty certain soon we'll be able to call the state of New Hampshire for Kamala Harris, with now 49% of the vote in. She is leading by a sizable margin. We're just waiting for some more votes to come through. Like, for example, here you can see, I mean, we're just waiting. As long as these continue to stay aligned, then it's pretty likelihood that she will take the state of New Hampshire. I'm going to update the map here, which interestingly is not giving me. Oh, because we're not looking at the right thing here. This is what I wanted. So you can see here, this is from 270 to win. They go in a little bit more conservative approach by projecting states early on. And again, I want to echo that, because what we're seeing here, obviously, is they have projected already here that New Hampshire will go to the Democrats and for Kamala Harris. They have not projected Connecticut yet. But again, looking at the numbers, we are expecting that. It is just, again, a lot of these Republican counties are coming in. And again, that is expected. I want to show you Massachusetts, because again, that's where we're broadcasting from. And you can see there is a lot more red there on the map. But again, Kamala Harris having that overwhelming majority here in Massachusetts. Again, we announced it earlier and projected earlier that Elizabeth Warren will maintain her Senate seat in the Senate. Most of the candidates that were in the running for House of Representatives in Massachusetts were running unopposed, so there isn't much to concern there. But again, Richard Neal in Mass House District 1 will remain in his seat. Jim McGovern will remain in his seat. And then everyone else here ran pretty much unopposed for the most part. That includes Lori Taran, Jake Auchincloss, Kathleen Clark, Seth Moulton, and Ayanna Presley. The only one that had a Republican challenger was Massachusetts House General Election 8, and we can again project there easily that Stephen Lynch will also remain in his seat. The only one we cannot make a bold projection yet is Mass House General Election, Mass House District 9. That is against William Keating versus Dan Sullivan, and that race is too close to call right now, but we are seeing that William Keating is again continuing to increase his lead. We just need to see more votes come through to confirm on those details. So again, we just don't want to make a bold projection on that yet. Let's take a look here at the Senate again. Here in this Texas Senate race, we are still watching. we can actually project that likely Ted Cruz will retain his Senate seat, given the numbers now. That is a more likelihood, but we're not gonna project it ourselves yet. But this is again coming from 270 to win. Ted Cruz likely again remaining in the Senate, holding on to his Senate seat against his Democrat challenger, Colin Allred. We will continue to watch that closely, but again, that is a likelihood right now more than anything. In Utah, the Senate race there's not, we can confirm that John Curtis, the Republican, will will keep the Republican control in the Senate for the, in Utah specifically there against his Democrat challenger, Caroline Gersh, who is obviously, again, you're going out in a Republican state there. Same thing here in Wyoming, where the Republican candidate, John Barrasso, is dominating over right now Scott Morrow. We expected that. Obviously, that's not anything that we didn't expect. However, we are not yet able to project here in the race with the Senate race in Ohio because Sherwood Brown has fallen behind Bernie Morano. Bernie Morano is the Republican candidate and is beating incumbent Democrat Sherwood Brown with 51% of the vote to 45.7% of the vote for the Democrat. But again, that's still early. That's why we're not projecting it yet. Up here in Michigan, again, Elise Slotkin is winning that race. That will probably hold steady through. We're just going to keep an eye on that as time goes on. In Minnesota, we can Amy Klobuchar is down right now, but again, that's just because we just don't have enough data, obviously, yet coming through. That's, again, looking at it because you're seeing her losing in a Republican county. That is also why. So that's just important to keep in mind. So in North Dakota, the Republican Senate election there will go to Kevin Cramer and versus the Democrat, which again is expected. That is nothing new. We didn't think that was going to change. In Arizona, right now, we're looking at the U.S. Senate race there, and Ruben Gallio is beating his Republican challenger, Kari Lake. Kari Lake, as you may remember, was the candidate that ran unsuccessfully for governor a couple of years ago, and right now the Democrat, Ruben Gallio, is winning that race, and if that continues to hold steady, that will be a plus for the Democrats holding on to that seat. So again, that's that. In New Mexico right now, the Democrat incumbent Martin Heinrich is holding on to his seat there. That is not anything that we didn't expect to see. In Montana, we do not have details yet on that race yet, so we are watching that closely because we have not gotten that yet. But that's between John Tester and Tim Sheehy. We'll be watching that race closely when details come through. And in Nebraska, the independent candidate, Dan Osborne, is currently beating the Republican candidate, Deb Fischer. So we're going to keep closely monitoring that as the night goes on. I want to jump back here to the presidential race because I feel like that's obviously the most important thing here. Let me jump back here onto this. Hold on. Here we go. Again, just looking at the map here, I'm gonna narrow things back here on Arizona. We look at Arizona again. President Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, leading still in Arizona by a slim margin. So we're going to keep watching that one very closely. Excuse me. I want to jump back over to Pennsylvania in this race because that's another one that obviously we all are closely monitoring. And again, Trump is leading the state. But don't be alarmed on that because there still is a lot of votes that need to be counted. So definitely keep that part in mind. I cannot emphasize that part enough to you. We're watching this very closely here. And I'm going to show you the CNN map because I feel like that is a better representation of things right now. And again, here, this is obviously a little bit more updated that Trump is now leading in Arizona. Again, these are areas that are expected. So we just don't have enough data here yet to give any information, which is why we cannot make any information yet known. Here in Pennsylvania, again, Trump is leading only by 105,723 votes. Again, being the fact that we just don't have a lot of the information on these Democrat threshold areas. That is why we cannot make a projection here yet. But again, we're watching the information here coming through very quickly. Again, as you see here, Trump is ahead in the which is, again, this is expected. I want to reiterate, in the Electoral College, 207 to Kamala Harris's 91. I don't want people to be alarmed if you are on the Democrat side here. This is expected. This is expected here, what we're looking at. So we don't have the data yet for a lot of this. Right now, Trump has taken a slim lead over in Wisconsin, but again, we don't have all the data there yet. It's important to understand that we look at this, only 52% of the vote is in. We do have a projection to bring, and that is that we can project that Trump will take the state of Iowa, which again defies on what the polls stated, and also he will take the state of Kansas. So that, again, the poll was incorrect there, but that does happen. So we will add that into his call on making, again, Trump now with 207 in the Electoral College to Kamala Harris's 91. Again, there are a lot of big states that remain out there for the Democrats, including California, Oregon, Washington. Those are the big states out there. There's a lot of electoral votes still to be counted. And again, the big one coming up is California, where we're pretty confident to say that Kamala Harris will take the state of California. But again, we want to wait, obviously, till it's official that the poll is closed before making a solid projection. We're going to take a 2 to 3 minute break here right now and continue to provide you with up to the minute information. As always, stay with us. We'll be back on in just a few minutes. I'm Brian Ives. I'm the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections Podcast, and you're watching a special edition of the Cultural Connections Podcast 2024 Presidential Election Edition. Thank you. And welcome back. I'm Brian Ives. I'm the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections podcast, and you're watching a special edition of the Cultural Connections podcast, the 2024 presidential election coverage. We are bringing you here live results, election analysis, and some predictions as we watch these numbers come through. We are going to jump back here into our live maps here that we're watching. Again, we cannot echo enough that we are still very early on in these races as we watch numbers come in. This is extremely important here right now. As you're seeing here, obviously, in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead. He is ahead by 113,173 votes. Yes, that's correct. But the race, it is very tight here. That's only 67% of the vote in. Let's look at the counties here around Philadelphia here specifically, and that's what we're watching here closely. 46% of the vote in here in Montgomery County, where Kamala Harris leads 165,519 votes to 81,047 votes that Trump is holding. So again, these are things we're closely watching, and that is what's going to continue to matter. But you look at the amount of vote in, it's only 46%. So it's things we have to continue watching. Dauphin County, which is where Harrisburg, Pennsylvania is, again, she leads significantly, 40,164 votes to Trump's 26,232 votes. But again, you're looking at 46% of the vote in. Please keep this in mind that we are still very early on in this election. And again, looking out here in Cambria County, she leads with 20% of the vote in. She leads with 7,463 votes to Trump's 7,270. Again, very early in some of these counties, but we're watching the numbers very closely. Pittsburgh County, she continues to hold that dominating lead with 86% of the lead. That will greatly shift things if she continues to hold that, and we'll know in just a short period of time. Same thing up here in Erie, Pennsylvania, with 48% of the vote, and she also holds a significant stronghold over there too. Let's look at the nationwide picture. Again, Arizona, it is a really virtual dead heat there, where Trump is ahead by 2,356 votes. Again, here in Maricopa County, though, she leads slimly over with 563,054 votes to Trump's 539,004 votes. That's with 51% of the vote in that Maricopa County. Up north in Cocosino County, she leads at 58% of the vote in. She leads with 28,231. It's important to, again, to understand here, this is still very early here as we watch results come in. Again, we still do not have information yet on Nevada. We'll closely be watching that. Over in Michigan, Kamala Harris is continuing to hold a steady lead here in Michigan, and that's with 29% of the vote in. We will keep watching that. Over here next door in Milwaukee, this is very hard because, again, this is still early, and a lot of the Republican counties have been filled in. But again, you see there that Trump is ahead in the state by 24,706 votes. Again, making an understanding here that only 58% of the vote is in, and we have not seen all of these Democrat counties come through. In Minnesota, and this is another key race that we're watching, but again, it's important to understand here, we have very little data with 9% of the vote in. That is why Trump is ahead with these Republican counties coming in. It's very important that we echo that. Let's go back to Georgia, where again, Trump is leading in the state of Georgia right now as well. He leads by 136,688 votes. Again, it's important to understand here, this is still early here, but again, you look at these counties here, and that is what's going to be the tattletale sign all around here, and like specifically like Cobb County. We've been talking about that a lot. Kamala Harris is leading with 218,000 961 votes. So again, we're watching this closely here to have an understanding of what's going on. This is extremely important that you understand here that we are still very early in on this race. There's a lot of information that is going to change. We are watching as the next polls close in 35 seconds. So I'm going to stop for a second as we do obviously expect a projection to come through. And again, this is what's going to gradually change these numbers as the projection comes through in just a few seconds. So stand by. We're going to take a quick stop for a second and wait and have a projection that'll be coming in. That includes the state of Idaho right now that we can project will go in the favor of Donald Trump. Again, completely expected there. We're not expecting that. And we can project, we are now also, we can project here, I'm just getting data here, excuse me, that Kamala Harris will win the state, the big prize of the night, California, giving her now much closer here in the race here, making this a more dead-heat race. You can now see the difference here. You bring in California, that changes things. Kamala Harris now has 145 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 211. This gradually changes things significantly. So understand here, folks, we still have a lot of time left in this race, and that is what's going to change things. So again, we're watching these numbers come in. There's a lot of data that needs to be watched with this closely. We do not have enough data yet for the states of Oregon or Washington, but we expect those, as they usually do, to go in the favor of the Democrats, and that will also add to her vote numbers here. But again, we just cannot project it yet because we don't have the data for it yet. So that's why we're asking your patience on that. And again, here in New Mexico, we will expect that also to go in Kamala Harris's favor. Again, we'll keep watching that closely here. Again, it's important to understand, and Pennsylvania was the one we're watching exceptionally closely. There's just not enough data and it is such a close one right now. And Kamala Harris is creeping back up again. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and we're going to keep an eye very closely, especially through the overnight hours, on what happens with Pennsylvania. That is a race that we're going to watch closely. I'm going to jump back over to North Carolina. North Carolina is another race where it is, again, very neck and neck with 85% of the vote in. And again, we're just waiting on a lot of these counties that are Democrat threshold counties where Kamala Harris is leading with a good margin, and that all of that will be added. Like, for example, here you have Alamance County. It's a smaller county, but she is leading, but there's only 4% of the vote in there. So we have to be patient with the votes. I cannot emphasize that enough, and we're going to keep an eye on this closely. I'm going to jump over here to our ABC News map here. Just take a look here. Again, as you see here, same thing here. As we look at this, we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to also jump over here to the NBC News app, which again, a similar situation. We are also learning right now, just of some breaking news that's coming in, that there have been multiple bomb threats reported in several of the battleground states. I don't have much detail on that, obviously, at this time, but we'll continue to look into more detail on that as you see on your screen there. So we'll continue to watch that. Again, it's just so important here as we watch the data come in. There's just not enough. Okay, now we have data coming in for Oregon. You can see Kamala Harris is leading significantly in Oregon. That would be with 8 electoral votes. She'll likely take that state. We just want to make sure, again, that the data matches with what the numbers say here. And again, here in Arizona, you can see here that it's 11 electoral votes on the line. It is a very close race here. That's why we're not calling it yet. We're waiting to get more data here. It is extremely important that we continue to watch the data as it comes through. There's a lot of data here. Again, same thing here with Georgia. Georgia has 88% of its votes in, which has an estimated remaining 644,000 votes. That can change this election in an instant. So that's why we're not counting, we're not giving a total number here yet. In Pennsylvania here, there is a remaining 2,157,000 votes that are remaining. That will change this election dramatically. Please understand, we are still, I know it's a little after 11 o'clock at night here, but that's why we are not able to make any projections on some of these battleground states. We do not have any data yet coming in from Nevada. We're still waiting on that, so we cannot make any projection over there yet. I'm going to Also, look here at North Carolina again, and I like this here with NBC News, which is what we're looking at, which again shows you the fact here that there is a remaining 4,952,904 votes that remain. I'm sorry, excuse me. There's a remaining, I was incorrect there, 848,000 votes. That is a difference maker there. If you were to take at least half of those votes and put them in Kamala Harris's corner, you might change the state of North Carolina drastically. So again, these are things to closely watch as the evening progresses here. We're going to closely be monitoring this over the next couple of hours. And again, we cannot make this clear enough here. And again, here in New Hampshire, it's too early to call, but we're looking at now the number of votes remaining are 406,000. And Kamala Harris is leading that by a sizable margin. So it's not too concerning to say the least. And I think you'll soon see the state of New Hampshire being called in her favor. Again, here in the battleground state of Wisconsin, Trump is leading that. But again, understand that there is still a remaining 1,294,000 votes that have to be counted here. And that's why you're not seeing that yet. The same thing is going to be here in Minnesota, where we only have right now 12% of the vote in, and that's the remaining 2,894,000 votes to be counted. So that's why, again, you see Trump with such a lead. Again, it is important to understand that it is early in this race. We are not there. We are not near the point of being able to project a winner, yet there's still a lot of data that needs to come through in this election. So again, just understand significantly here, there's a lot of data here that needs to come through in order to make some of these projections. And again, we can probably tell you that Kamala Harris will win the state of Arizona. I want to jump over here to this map here, where again, you're seeing here, because this map does indicate here, and I'm tending to go with this because this is updated a little bit faster. Live results, they have called New Hampshire on 270 to win for Kamala Harris. That brings her electoral vote to 162 to Trump's 246. Yes, they did call North Carolina, it looks like, in his favor. That's not a surprise. Yes, it's looking like they're calling Georgia in Trump's favor. But again, I'm not ready to make that projection. This is what this particular platform is doing. So I do not want to echo the fact here. Yes, it looks like he's closing in on that 270. But there's still if Kamala Harris holds on to those Rust Belt states, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, she will have a significant chance at winning this race. Now, again, we do not have any data in Nevada yet, so we cannot make any information out on that yet. We are not able to obviously project out here on Maine yet, but again, this is expected. It's important to understand that we do not have all of the data in yet, so we cannot call on all of this data yet. We're waiting on the data to obviously come forth at this time. So again, being patient is key here as we wait for more data to come through. Again, we can now obviously project here, just coming in, that Oregon will fall in the category of Kamala Harris. So again, that's expected. Polls are closed in the state of Washington too, but we don't have any data yet from that. But again, we expect here for her to take the state of Washington state as well. We also obviously still have outstanding states in New England, including Connecticut, which have yet to be called. But again, that's just because we do not have enough significant data here yet. It's not that we don't expect Kamala Harris to win. It's just that it's slower reporting information, which is why we don't have that. I want to jump over because we haven't looked at this again yet recently in the last couple of hours, and that is the Massachusetts ballot questions here. And that is what we're looking at here now with 36% of the vote in for question 1. We can say, which is the state auditor, whether the state auditor has the right to audit the state legislator. 71% of the state has said yes to that, with 26% saying no. It's likelihood that will pass. Question 2 is the question about removing the state MCAS requirement. Right now, the vote is it's too close to call, actually, because it's still very close. But the yes side, I would say, is in the margin of leading that, and it is likely looking like it will pass, meaning that they will remove the MCAS requirement as a graduation requirement, with 59% of the massive voters so far voting yes, 40.9% saying no. Question 3 is the rideshare union question. This one, surprisingly, is actually a lot closer than I expected. I think a lot of people did not expect it or understand this question as much, so that's probably why it's a little bit closer. But the yes side is leading it by 53% to 47% voting no. Question 4 is the legalization of psychedelic drugs in the state of Massachusetts. Again, similar situation here. 42% of the vote is in for yes, and 57% of the vote is in for no. I think pretty soon we'll be able to call that in the no favor, but again, we're going to watch that one very closely as time does go on. We will continue to watch that information as it becomes available. Question 5 is the tipped worker wage increase, and right now the no side is overwhelmingly taking a commanding lead over that and voting no at 65% on that, and I think soon we'll be able to call that with those ballot questions. So again, let's take a look here. Right now, the state of Washington, because it's early, with 4% of the vote, has Trump in the lead. But again, we echo here, that's 4% of the vote. Not to be alarmed. We will watch these results come in. It is just way too early to give an answer on that right now, and that is why we're not able to obviously give a projection on that just yet. Let's go back to Pennsylvania, and that's the state that obviously we all have our eyes on right now. Trump is still ahead with 169,902 votes, with 72% of the vote in. Again, 73% of the vote in, excuse me. Again, it's so important to understand there's still a lot of vote to be counted, which are some of these are big counties, which are why we are not going to be able to give you that answer just yet. We are watching this very closely as time goes on. And it is so important here that we watch this and how things progress. And that is what we're continuing to do as the evening progresses here, just watching these numbers as the evening continues to progress here. So just keep it tuned here with us. We are continuously watching the information, staying with you live here. As long as there's new data coming through, we will remain live with you over for a while now. Again, it's just important to understand here right now. It's all dependent on exactly what happens here. If for some reason Trump does hold his lead in Pennsylvania and that maintains, which again, anything can happen, then Trump does have a victory with winning North Carolina and Georgia. If Kamala Harris takes the state of Pennsylvania, and that is still very likely at this time, and she can then win the states of Michigan and Wisconsin, she will win the presidency herself. So again, this is very difficult to give that answer. We're looking at information that is just too early to give information here, and that's why we're looking at still a lot of data that is not fully in yet, and that's why we're not able to project anything yet, especially with these counties that just don't have the data. We are watching for the data to come in, and that's something we're going to continue to do. We're going to take another 2-minute break so I can catch my breath here. And again, we want to echo the fact here. And I can honestly tell you, we had a lot of these counties here in Pennsylvania are still outstanding in the vote, and that is a big thing here. So again, I can't echo enough here. The next polls close in about 45 minutes. That is the remaining polls, actually. Arizona, I'm sorry, Alaska, and I think it's Alaska and Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to take another 2-minute break here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes here on the Cultural Connections podcast. I'm Brian Ives, and I'm the producer and the host. Thanks for joining us for our 2024 special election coverage. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And welcome back here to our 2024 special edition election coverage here on the Cultural Connections podcast. I'm Brian Ives. We are continuing to walk you through the latest election numbers here. It's a little after 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. So let's bring you back to our map here of the data that we're looking at here and information as information continues to come in. We're starting obviously to see the map fill in. We predicted here, obviously, that Kamala Harris would take the state of Washington. No surprise there. And again, we can project that she'll take the state of Oregon. We are watching still here for results to come in Nevada. We have not seen any yet. We'll have to keep an eye on that. In Arizona right now, we'll start out here to the west. And in Arizona right now, Donald Trump is only ahead by 2,919 votes. That's a very slim margin. So we're going to keep an eye on this very closely. Again, results are coming in quickly here with 51% of the vote. But as you can see here, like in Maricopa County, which is the biggest county here, Kamala Harris is holding over the lead with 563,054 votes to Trump's 539,004 votes. So we're keeping an eye on that because that is holding right now. Up north in Coconino County, Kamala Harris also holding on to the 29,231 votes to Trump's 16,164 votes. We'll keep an eye on that, but that's still very early at the moment here. And again, we just don't have a lot of data yet, so we're going to keep an eye on that information. In Pennsylvania, yes, Trump is still ahead by 178,035 votes. It is very early still, though, as the numbers continue to come in. We're looking here with the fact that these are the areas she needed to hold on to, and she is still holding on to some of them, not as strong at the moment. But she is holding on to a lot of these areas, like the area outside of Alea County, which is right in Allentown, Pennsylvania. She's holding on to that area, and that's with 88% of the vote in, with 81,188 votes in. So we're going to see again these numbers change as time continues to go on. I cannot emphasize that enough. Looking again out here at Pittsburgh County, that's probably her biggest area right now, where she's leading by over 200,000 votes right now over Trump. And when those come through, that's going to be a huge change here. And we are not needing to look at Ohio. I apologize. That will be something to closely watch as well as the time progresses. We're going to watch that closely throughout the rest of the night. And again, that is something just really closely to watch. I'm going to switch over here to another map here with ABC News. Showing their live map here. Again, we do not have any data yet coming in from Nevada. We're still waiting on that, so we cannot really give you any information on that. Let's go over to Michigan right now. Again, right now, where you can see here, Kamala Harris remains in the lead there with 968,737 votes. I'm actually going to switch over to NBC because they have a better way of looking at this, which is helpful. In Michigan right now, there are still a remaining 1,949,963 votes that still need to be counted. So it just means here, simply put, that we do not have enough data, and there's still a lot of votes that can change the way this goes here. So we're going to keep an eye on that closely. A lot of votes still to be counted. Same thing over here in Wisconsin, where again, Trump is ahead by a sliver margin right now. Kamala Harris slowly creeping back up in the state as results continue to pour in. That's specifically looking at the Trump is ahead with 1,090 votes, 1,091. And we just saw numbers change again now, and Donald Trump is now up by 1,093 votes, 1,093,971. I'm sorry, 1,093,971. It's a long night here, folks, so bear with me here. And Kamala Harris added 1 million to 1,042,545 votes. So again, the numbers here still show that 66% of the vote is in, and that there is still a remaining 1,121,000 votes to be counted. This does not mean she lost the race. It does not mean anything at the moment. There's still, again, a lot of votes to be counted, and it's something we're going to continue to closely monitor. So definitely keep that in mind. North Carolina, there has been some projections by some network, some media outlets, and some not. So again, we're not making the call yet because we think there's still not enough data with 87% of the vote in. There's 730,000 votes out remaining, and that could still change things. So we're just waiting to see what happens, and we're going to see where those votes out there remain, and we'll get back into that in a minute. So that is specifically that. Let's go down to the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia is a little bit closer now than it was before, with Trump still ahead 2,554,036 votes to Kamala Harris's 2,418,793. Again, it's important to understand here that we still have 487,000 votes remaining here. That's 91% of the vote is in, but we still have 487,000 votes. That can still change things dramatically as we watch results come in, especially in these outer suburbs of Atlanta. So definitely just keep that in mind. I cannot echo that part enough in for you as we continue to watch results come in. And again, which is important to keeping in mind here that in Washington. And again, so it is important now, if we look at the race here, this is what we thought, very close here. Trump has 214 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 172. That just shows you where we are with this. We are not ready to move things forward here with North Carolina yet because there's just not enough data. We're going to also see that change when we add New Mexico come in, and Hawaii as well for Kamala Harris. There's just, again, a lot of this, and Virginia as well. Virginia right now, Kamala Harris is still in the lead and has taken a more sizable lead, and that's what we expected. We're at 81% of the vote. We just want to wait a little bit longer to confirm that that's where the numbers stand. So we're going to continue to watch this as numbers continue to pour in. And it's important to understand that. Also, we can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Connecticut. So that is also. So again, so again, a lot of those states that I just mentioned are smaller states. A lot of questions I'm getting here are the fact that, yeah, those are smaller states. So don't expect, honestly, I wouldn't, when I look at that, I don't expect that to be something that'll change over time. We're going to keep obviously on tabs with that, but it's important to understand here that those are states that obviously are lower turnout states. So we're continuing, obviously, to watch these results as they come through here. We're live here on YouTube looking at all of the data. I'm going to jump back here to this here. And again, this is showing here just so you have an understanding, showing it as if though that Kamala Harris won the state of Georgia and North Carolina. That has not been officially called yet. I'm also going to pull up the AP Newswire and see if I can see if we can pull up their presidential race, because I also think they are one of the best out there. I just want to see if they have okay, so the AP, I'm learning the Associated Press has called North Carolina. I did not realize that, so my apologies on that front. The AP has called North Carolina in the column for Donald Trump. And I'm going to look into this here. The AP declared Trump the winner as he was leading by over 130,000 votes with 90% of the electoral expected votes counted. So it was down in many areas that Harris is winning, and Trump beat Biden in North Carolina by less than 2 percentage points. So that's just important to understand that that's why the Associated Press has indeed called North Carolina for Kamala Harris. Well, obviously, keep an eye on this. I'm going to try to see. I don't think I can. I don't like their live presidential election. Here we go. Let's see here. So in Pennsylvania here, again, there's still just a lot of data here that, God, be back, that we have to keep closely watching, and we're going to continue to closely watching. I'm going to go back here over to NBC News, as I feel like they are also one to keep an eye on things. I want to look at Nevada. We still don't have any data in there from Nevada, so we can't talk about Nevada yet. Arizona, again, you're looking at a very, 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 very tight race, almost a tie there with right now with Trump at 905,121 votes to Kamala Harris's 902,202. That's with 51% of the vote in. Really to the point being where Kamala Harris has with the remaining 1,727,000 votes still outstanding to be counted. So again, that'll change considerably in a heartbeat. I'm jumping back out over here to ABC News for a second, if I can zoom out on the map here. And again, you are seeing here that Kamala Harris again has won Washington. She has won Oregon. But again, you are not seeing any of the networks yet to call North Carolina yet. And the reason again on that is because they are continuing just to see if anything changes with these numbers. I can understand why. That is why you are not seeing that. Let's also take a look at the governor's races here around the country. I haven't gone back to that. And right now, especially here in New Hampshire, which is one that I was closely monitoring, and that is that Kelly Ayotte, the Republican challenger, is beating her Democrat opponent, but not by much, only by 29,831 votes. That's a very slim margin with only 54% of the vote in. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. So that's important to understand. Obviously, we know Josh Stein beat his Republican challenger in North Carolina. We are expecting, obviously, looking at this, that the Democrat will win in Washington. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But there aren't that many other, and we are not able to project anything on the on the Utah governorship yet, because there's just not enough data there yet. So we are keeping an eye, obviously, on that as well. Again, we know the next polls close in about 27 minutes from now, but what I can also tell you right now, I am not looking at the right thing here. Sorry. I want to go back here to the president. And that is showing here in Michigan right now that Trump is ahead in Michigan. Again, that's only by 79,067 votes. It's important, again, to very much understand that we are early on in this race. There are still a lot of votes to be counted. It is so important in this to understand. And I'm going to jump over here to NBC so we can get a better look out here at Michigan where things stand. Again, it's very slim margin there. You see there Donald Trump leading with 76,721 to Kamala Harris's 997,654. There's still 2 million. There's still 3,580,000 votes remaining to be counted. It is exceptionally close right now, and we'll continue to watch that. The numbers just changed as we're talking to you, with more votes coming in, with Donald Trump now up by 1,082,186 votes here in Michigan to Kamala Harris's 1,296 votes. Again, this is still with the fact that there are 2,120,347 votes left to be counted. So again, please understand there's still a lot of data left to be counted here. So please continue to keep it tuned to us as we watch this data pour in. We do not have obviously all of the data yet, and we're going to continue to watch that. So just definitely keep it tuned to that. I'm going to take another little break here to catch my breath as I continue to keep you covered here with the state of the presidential election. 2024 special election coverage continues here on the Cultural Connection podcast. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay with us for continuing coverage. I'm Brian Ives. I'm the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections podcast. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more special election coverage. I'm Brian Ives. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to our Cultural Connections Podcast 2024 Special Election Edition. I'm Brian Ives, and I am the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections Podcast. We're continuing here to bring you live election results as they happen. And we are predominantly here again looking at all of the different results as they come through. We can now project that Donald Trump has won the battleground state of North Carolina. Again, this is something that I don't think came as much of a shocker. It would have been nice for Kamala Harris to win it as an additional pickup state. But again, there wasn't a 100% guarantee. It was an upheaval battle to do that. Let's take a look at the state of Pennsylvania, where now 82% of the vote is in. Yes, Donald Trump still is holding a lead with 2,943,579 votes to Kamala Harris's 2,730,482. There is still a remaining 1,268,000 votes out there that are still remaining. And we want to make understanding here and make clear there is still a lot that can be happening here. So please understand there's still a lot of votes to be counted, and that's something we're still watching very, very closely. Let's go back here to the nationwide picture. Let's go over to Georgia now, for example. Georgia is a lot closer here in this race now, as we expected it to. Kamala Harris is trying to close in on that with 92% of the vote in and 424,000 votes remaining. This can still go either way here. And that's why we're looking especially at these Democrat threshold areas with these, like Fulton County, for example. If I can pull up Fulton County, which is not, okay, we're going to go this here in CNN instead. To show you Fulton County, because this is what I was trying to do. Fulton County here, specifically Kamala Harris has a large lead there with 376,911 votes to Donald Trump's 142,007 votes. That's a huge margin there. And that's a big county there, and it's a Democratic threshold. So again, if she can hold on to these Democratic thresholds that we're seeing, then she can win the state of Georgia, which would be, again, a huge battleground state for her to win. State of Arizona is similar right now, where we're watching, yes, Donald Trump is ahead only by 7,588 votes. That can change things here because, again, Kamala Harris is ahead in Maricopa County by a smaller margin now at 563,054 votes to Trump's 539,004 votes. Again, it's important to understand that there's still a lot that can happen here. We're going to watch this very closely as time progresses and time goes on. It's extremely important that we watch this closely here. Again, Arizona is one of those states that we're going to keep watching closely. Over in Nevada right now, we are just starting now to see data come in. There's only 2% of the vote in. And this is a Republican-led area in most areas like near Reno, which is Washoe County, specifically like the Las Vegas area, that tends to also be more Democratic, but we have not gotten data in from those areas yet. So that's why we're not able to make any bold projection because the only data we have is from Nye County, where Trump is leading 17,124 votes to Kamala Harris's 6,139. That's with 79% of the vote in. So just understand here, that's just because there's not a lot to count by. So that's why it shows leaning Republican right now in that area. Again, that's just the way the map works. Over here in Michigan right now, yes, Trump has pulled ahead in a little bit more of a sizable lead. He's leading with 102,196 votes. Again, this still has the remaining amount, a large remaining vote still has to be counted. So we're not at the end of the race yet. There's only 41% of the vote in Michigan. So do keep that in mind. Over here in Wisconsin, again, similar story here. Trump is only ahead by 77,593 votes. It's still early. There's still around 73% of the vote is in, but there's still a lot of vote to be counted. Over here in Minneapolis, Kamala Harris is now leading. We said that would happen, and we'll likely be able to project that she'll take the state of Minneapolis. Again, it's just going to be some time because we only are at 53% of the vote. She is ahead, though, by 143,176. So again, do keep things here in mind. There's still a lot of vote to be counted as time goes on. Here in New Hampshire, we'll be able to probably project that win column in Kamala Harris's column in a little bit. But again, we're just trying to, again, keep things here in an understanding here that there is still just not enough data to be able to give that win to her yet in that state. That's why it has not been called for her yet. So again, you're seeing most of the state being colored in now, but there's still a lot of data that still has to come in. Right now, you look at it with Donald Trump at 227 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 165. I can't. And so just again, I echo the fact here that this race is not over yet. There's still a lot of vote to be counted. Please be patient with yourself and understanding that we're not at the end of the race. There is still a lot of vote out there. There's still a lot of information that is coming through. And this race is very neck and neck. You can see here, obviously, one example is right here in Arizona, where 52% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is only down by 7,588 votes. These are going to be tattletale signs as we watch this race continue. So please understand that as the time goes on. We're going to keep watching this here in Pennsylvania, especially here. You're seeing a little bit down here where some of that blue wall here, as I'm calling it here in this area, has shrunken a little bit, but that's not to say that was I mean, that's not totally surprising to us here in Bucks County. That's something we're going to keep watching for. That is very close actually right now. Donald Trump leads at 112,824 votes to Kamala Harris's 112,445 votes. So you're talking about a difference of 400 votes practically. That is something to watch very closely. Whoever takes that county will, again, that'll be a huge adjustment there. It's something to closely watch. These are, again, numbers that we're watching very closely as time continues to go on. Outside of Philadelphia in Chester County, yes, she continues to hold the lead there. Over here in Pittsburgh County, Kamala Harris holding a sizable lead there. Again, these are information that we're just going to continue to watch as the time goes on. I cannot emphasize this enough. I'm not sure how long I'm going to continue doing our live stream here. We'll keep, obviously, you updated when new results come through. We'll come back on live immediately, obviously, to say with what's going on. So we're going to continue, obviously, looking at this. And again, there's just a lot of data here that is still needing to come through. So again, stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more information. Stay tuned. All right, folks, we're back here. Sorry about that. We are here live with giving you special election coverage here on the 2024 presidential election. Again, I want to focus here in on Pennsylvania because there's a lot of talk about here with what's exactly going on with 84% of the vote in. It is still early here in my mind. There's still a lot of outstanding votes here that are going to dictate things here. And like, for example, here in Bucks County. This is huge here because this is extremely close with only 55% of the vote in, excuse me. And we're going to closely watch this one here in Pennsylvania, where you can see Trump is only ahead by a little over 400, a little less than 400 votes. So that's considerably very small there. Same thing over here in Lehigh County. It's not where Kamala Harris is ahead. It's not a huge lead, but it is still a sizable lead. So again, just keep these things in mind. The race is not over yet. There's still a lot of vote to be counted. I'm going to go across the country here now over to Nevada. Again, you're looking at this saying, why is Kamala Harris down so far in Nevada? Understand here, we have not seen that. We only have 2% of the vote in. That's why. Let's look over here at Arizona. This is a very close race with Kamala Harris at 49.3% of the vote to Trump's 49.8%. Specifically, he's leading by 7,000. Oh, I'm sorry. He's now leading by 9,549 votes. Just as I started talking, the number changed. Again, this doesn't change much here. Do understand that. We're going to keep an eye on this very closely, looking here specifically at Maricopa County, where Kamala Harris continues to hold a steady lead there. That will be a tattletale sign for Arizona. I'm going to zoom back out here to the full map here, and we're going to look at Michigan here again, where, yes, Trump is ahead, a higher amount here by 107,294 votes. Again, only 45% of the vote is in. There is still a lot of vote to be counted, and we're going to have to closely watch that very closely here to see what happens. Over in Wisconsin, again, similar situation, 77% of the vote in. But still, I mean, he's only ahead there by 92,348 votes. We have to watch this closely. We're going to continue monitoring this again. We are watching these states as data continues to come through. We're trying to zoom out here on the map here, and we can obviously project here now that Hawaii will go for Kamala Harris. No surprise there. And again, we are just waiting on a little more data here in New Hampshire. That will likely go in her column as well. But we just need to make sure we get a little bit more data in before we can comfortably project her as the winner in that state. So again, just keep that in mind, and we will continue to keep you up to date on that information. We're going to continue to watch all of this here. Obviously, Georgia has 93% of the vote in. Oops, I did not mean to go to Florida. We went to go to Georgia. And again, we're looking at a lot of these counties where Kamala Harris is lead, like Fulton County, where she is leading substantially with 380,113 votes. I mean, that is a huge amount there. The same thing on Cobb County. She has a large number lead there. So we just have to keep watching as those numbers come in, because again, that is a huge thing. I'm going to switch over to NBC here, where again, as I zoom out here on the map, there are still a lot of votes to be counted. We can obviously, we can tell you that Democrats have flipped 2 competitive House seats, which is great news to hear, obviously. And again, this is just looking at this here, that 93% of the vote is in, but there's still 371,000 votes that are out there in Georgia that still need to be counted. So do not call this over yet. There is still hope out there in this race. We're still watching numbers come in very closely. Over in Minnesota, it's pretty likely, obviously, that Kamala Harris will take the state of Minnesota. It's just, again, we want to wait. So there's a little bit more data in there before you officially call that state. We're just trying to be careful with that. Same thing with New Mexico. And again, we don't have enough data yet for, obviously, only 2% of the vote is in Nevada. So I'm not going to comfortably say what's going to happen there yet. We do need to watch that one very closely as the time goes on. So again, just keep it tuned with us here. We're continuing to watch results here as they come in. I'm going to leave this up with some music just so you can see this for now. I'll come back on in just a few minutes with additional information. So stay with us. We'll come back on in just a few minutes. Brian Ives, and I'm the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections podcast, and you're watching the 2024 Election Special Edition. and welcome back here to our special episode of the Cultural Connections podcast, the 2024 Cultural Connections podcast. And we are here to bringing you live election coverage of the 2024 presidential election, continuing to bring in results. We can now project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Virginia. We can confirm on that again. And we can also confirm, as we said earlier, that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. That is one of the battleground states, yes. But so a lot of people are asking what's left here in this campaign. Understand that we still have a ways to go. Let's look at Pennsylvania still. Pennsylvania is still very neck and neck here with the numbers, and that is why it's still too early. It's too close to call. There are 949,000 votes that remain, and that with the fact being that Trump is ahead 3,078,864 votes to Kamala Harris is 2,908,706. Again, that's not that far behind. There's still 949,000 votes that can need to be counted. So again, the race is not over here yet. Let's look over in Georgia right now, where again, similar situation. Kamala Harris is creeping back up there with 371,000 votes remaining. Donald Trump is ahead at 2,602,755 votes to Kamala Harris's 2,483,917 votes. So again, just keeping in mind here, there is still a lot of votes to be counted. Obviously here, we're watching this all very closely as time continues here. Do understand there is still a lot, again, that's still out in play, and we're continuing to closely watch this very, very closely. I'm going to switch over back here to our CNN map because I think that also is a great way of looking. Let's look at the state of Michigan here. Michigan is another one of these states, again, very close here, but still only 51% of the vote. A lot of the Democrat thresholds of Michigan, have not been counted yet. So in Michigan, specifically, Donald Trump is up by 160,919 votes. That doesn't mean he won the election because there's still a lot of votes to be counted. Same thing over here in Wisconsin, where 78% of the vote is in, but he's only ahead by less than 100,000 now, 96,707. That's very close. Let's go down to the south and go over to, or to the west, rather, I should say, and down over to Arizona, where that race is exceptionally close. And you can see here where Kamala Harris is at 909,169 votes to Trump's 920,995 votes, where he's only ahead by 10,000 votes. That speaks volume here, because here in Maricopa County, Kamala Harris continues to hold and maintain a steady lead in that county, and that's a huge county that she needs to win. Now, over here in Nevada, it's important, again, to understand we do not have a lot of data in. That's why she's not ahead yet in Nevada, so just keep that understanding. That's why it shows that she is losing right now in Nevada. So we're going to keep an eye on all these states. So again, there's a lot still to be counted here. Again, if you're looking at this closely here, Donald Trump has 230 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 182 electoral college votes. It is, again, a neck and neck race here. That is for certain. It is a neck and neck race. There's still a lot of votes to be counted, which is why we are not able to make a projection yet. It is something, again, we are closely watching, and that is why we don't have enough detailed information. I'm going to jump over just to some of these House races. I specifically wanted to look at the state of Colorado, which I think, again, where we can project here that Lauren Boebert, who won a narrow race in her case against her Democratic challenger, Tricia Calvarisi, and she will remain obviously there. So unfortunately, that is the case there. And again, a lot of this is still information that's fluid to us that we're still trying to get detailed information. And so again, being aware and understanding here that there's still a lot of information that's forthcoming. The next state, which is Alaska, the final state, closes. Then the next polls, which is Alaska, close in 37 minutes. That will be the final polls for the night. Close in 37 minutes from now, roughly about. So just do keep that in mind as we approach the 12:30 a.m. Eastern time hour. Then around 1 a.m. the polls will close down in Alaska. And Alaska, we expect to go obviously Republican, but we'll keep an eye on that. And again, we're just watching as these numbers continue. We still do not have a winner yet. Obviously, there's numbers outstanding here in New Hampshire. It's a close race there, but she is leading by 27,682 votes. We expect that to remain that way, just that it is taking a long time to count in a lot of these Democrat county votes. And again, we're just waiting on a lot of that information. Same thing here in Connecticut. We don't have it called yet because there's still a lot of votes still to remain. But again, we expect that to remain in the Democrat threshold. And again, we're just going to keep closely monitoring all of this here in Georgia. This race continues to get exceptionally close with Donald Trump leading 2,602,755 votes. He's leading by 118,838 votes. So that's a lot, but there still is vote out there. We're at 93% of the vote in. There's still counties here that have not yet fully put their votes in. There's still a lot. This Fulton County is at 93% in. They still have votes, and she is leading significantly in Fulton County. So we're just watching this information as it comes in. It is not to say that we have an answer yet or what exactly is happening. We want to echo that here, that we're still obviously waiting on details to come through. It is extremely important that we echo that here. So just do understand that, and that we are continuing to watch this closely here. In Nebraska specifically, we do want to echo here that Trump has won some of the electoral votes here in the state of Nebraska, not all. So that did not fully go to him, and we do not have the results fully for the remaining parts of Nebraska. So again, we'll keep watching that closely. Again, we are still at a point here where there's a lot of votes still to be counted. And I cannot emphasize enough that there's a lot that is coming out here, and that we need to keep an eye here closely here on this, and that there's still a lot of data coming out, and that we still have a lot of information. I want to jump over here to the Massachusetts ballot questions, because we do have we can say officially, yes, that question one, we can project the question one, which is the state legislator has the power now to audit the state legislator. Yes, that has passed overwhelmingly. Question two is still a little too close, so we do not have a answer to that one yet. But right now, the yes side is overwhelmingly leading, which means getting rid of the state MCAS as a graduation requirement. Question three is about the rideshare unions, whether or not rideshare companies like Lyft and Uber should be able to form a union in the state of Massachusetts. And right now, the yes side is leading in that. That's a little closer than I thought it was actually going to be, but it's still, they are right now leading that. The question four is the legalization of psychedelic drugs. Right now, the no side is continuing to lead that, and we expect that probably to continue in that pathway. And question five, the tipped worker wage increase here in Massachusetts, that is right now leaded by the no side significantly, and we expect that probably at this time to stay that way. So definitely understand that we have more, obviously, results coming in, and we're continuing to watch, obviously, as these results continue to, I lost my map here. So that is why, again, we're trying to get more information here, but there, especially like here in Nevada, there's still not enough data. Arizona, it still continues to be really neck and neck there. As you can see, Trump is just ahead by a little over 10,000 votes. So that gives you an idea here of what is still out there, what is still in play. Pennsylvania, again, let's go back to that again. You can see where Trump is up ahead by 168,658 votes. That is with 88% of the vote in. Does that mean the race is over? No, there is still a lot of vote to be counted. And that is important to understand here. There's still a lot of areas here, specifically, which again, Trump is catching up in this area. But again, with 95% of the vote in, this is Lehigh County. Kamala Harris is leading 93,831 votes to Trump's 89,261 votes. So again, but she is leading out here west very strongly in Pittsburgh with a 94% of the vote in over there with 419,051 votes. That is a huge margin for her. If she continues to hold that, that can also do a major change here in the numbers. And we'll see that as the numbers continue to come in again as we watch these numbers here in Pennsylvania, which is why we're not calling the state of Pennsylvania, because we just don't have the numbers here fully to be able to do that. We can also project, we did not say this a short time ago, that the Republican GOP Republicans will take control of the Senate. Hold on one.
700
Hello, everyone, folks. We're back here live here. We've been, again, as you've been seeing here on your screen, showing you a lot of data as it comes through. At this hour right now, it's almost 2 a.m. and we've still are live here. You can see here, we're showing you Pennsylvania. We can tell you right now that there has been networks, specifically the Fox News Decision Desk, that has called Pennsylvania in favor of Donald Trump, which ultimately has ended the bid for a Kamala Harris presidency, making it be that Donald Trump would be the 47th president of the United States. As we look out here right now at the Rust Belt states here, including Michigan, Trump is also ahead there as numbers continue to pour in. Unfortunately, with 71% of the vote in, the numbers continue to trend in his direction. The same thing here is in Wisconsin, where again, with 91% of the vote in, Trump is still up significantly, that he will likely carry the state of Wisconsin as well. It is again being projected by some outlets that Trump has won the presidency. I'm going to jump over here to the Associated Press's latest and the Associated Press has not called it yet either. I will jump over here to Fox News, which is the one that has called Michigan, I'm sorry, has called both now Pennsylvania and Wisconsin in favor of Donald Trump. Again, as you see here, that puts Trump over the edge, 277 right now to 226. You still have out in play the states of Michigan, the states of Arizona, and the state of Nevada, and the state of Alaska. And again, right now, Alaska is always very slow to count, and we'll expect to get those results in the morning. Again, right now, as things stand, if we will expect to hear the other networks call this probably overnight at some point, but it is more likely than not that Donald Trump will be named the 47th president of the United States. I can understand for many of you that this is probably not the result you expected. It's personally not what I expected. This is a turning point for America. It is a turning point in direction that is probably not the best for this country. I'm not going to get too political on that because that's not my place here on this podcast to do so. I have my own personal views, but again, I am not here to do that on this podcast. I am here to bring you the facts, and the facts simply state right now that the current path to victory is in the hands of Donald Trump. Again, this is very discouraging, I know, to hear for many of you. This is obviously, I think a lot of people are going to be waking up in the morning to hearing news that they did not expect to hear. This is definitely going to be a hard moment for America to get through and to figure out what is next for our country. I want to thank everyone for tuning in here live to my coverage all night long here. Again, I've been live since about 8 p.m. this evening, and I was committed to bringing you the results. I know you've seen it pause every once in a while because I wanted to make sure I had in all the information for you that I could possibly bring in. And unfortunately, the data that we have just is overwhelming for Donald Trump to be taking the win of the next election. The Hill, which here, as you see here, is a very much is a middle ground network, is a middle ground outlet. The Hill, it does not take political sides one way or the other, but it's clear from that they took the results that came from the Decision Desk, which is Fox News, to say that Kamala Harris has the vote. I mean, I'm sorry, that Donald Trump has the votes to win the election. Again, I say to everyone tonight watching this, I can understand where this might be a scary time where we head next. It may be for some of you out there watching this. It may be for those of you that are on the GOP side of things, it may be the way things went for you. Let's remember here that we are the United States of America. We are one country. We are a democracy. That is where this country should remain at. It should be remained at a democracy. There is, in my mind, no reason for it not to be just that, a democracy. This has been a long political cycle with a lot that went on in this political cycle, a lot that we never expected to see happen. We went from seeing, simply put, an election where we went and saw back in one of the two presidential candidates had an attempted assassination on his life. We watched as the other candidate, the original other candidate for the Democratic Party, dropped out of this race and changed up the Democratic ticket significantly. It shows you how these races can change. It shows you how politics is very dynamic in this country, and we have a lot to learn from this moment. We have a lot to figure out. Okay, what's next for this country? What's next for women's rights in this country? There's a lot at stake here, a lot to figure out, a lot to understand because of what we know can happen. Again, I want to thank everyone for tuning in. It is a little close to 2 a.m. I can understand where many of you are going to feel disappointed in the morning. It's understandable. There's no answers to this. I do want to actually quickly, before we sign off, I do want to just go through the Massachusetts ballot questions because I realized I didn't do that. I want to just bring that forward here with the most up-to-date information that we do have here. And right now, so far, we only have projections on question 1, which is the legislator audits question, where the question 1 overwhelmingly the yes vote came through for that, giving the state auditor the power to audit the legislature. Question 2 right now is on the path, although it's still too close to call, which is the removing of the MCAS requirement for high school graduates in the state of Massachusetts. Still a little too early to call, with the yes votes having 1,702,222 votes to the no votes 1,191,617. Question 3 is the rideshare unions question. And again, that is related to whether or not Uber and Lyft can form a union here in the state of Massachusetts. That is also too close to call. Yes has 1,509,997 votes, to the no side having 1,297,265 votes. The next question is question 4, also too close to call, is the legalization of psychedelic drugs. Although the no side does have a significant more margin, it'll likely be, in my mind here, in my position, in my opinion here, be projected. I will project that it'll go to the no side, but I think we're just waiting for a little bit more on the numbers to come to make sure they continue on this. The yes side has 1,237,236 votes. To the no side's 1,622,642 votes. So again, a significant number there. And the only other one that we can project is in question 5, and that is the tipped worker wage increase, which overwhelmingly the no side voted that this was voted down significantly with 1,834,873 votes to the yes side's 1,029,318 votes. So those are the 5 ballot questions here in Massachusetts. We still, as I just said, do not have results yet. Still, a projection really for questions 4, questions 3, and questions 2. So we'll obviously bring that to you when we do. When we have that, we'll obviously come back with that. But that is where we're at right now. I'm going to bring you one more time to look at the latest numbers here as we see it. And I'm going to bring you in here on Pennsylvania with the remaining votes here. And right now, 96% of the vote is in, and Trump is ahead by 188,894 votes. It's more likely than not. Again, it has been called in certain areas for him to take the state of Pennsylvania. We've seen him flip as well. Erie County, Pennsylvania, with 98% of the vote in. That came very shocking. Where that was an area that Biden won back in 2020. And unfortunately, we see here that Trump has won that county here as well. Further down the road here, we do see still Pittsburgh County, which is where again Allegheny County, Trump, Harris outperformed him significantly in this county, and that is huge for her. But unfortunately, it is just not enough to really bring this to a close. Harrisburg, where Harrisburg is out in Dauphin County. Yeah, I mean, you can see again, still a margin to count, but not as high in between that it should have been, and that is the unfortunate part. Then we have here Montgomery. I mean, I want to go over here to Philadelphia County, and this is something where Kamala Harris should have been able to easily get over to 80%. Unfortunately, she did take a significant margin and is continuing to increase on that, so it is possible, but unfortunately not enough. Chester County, another big county there where she took a sizable lead, but again, it's just not enough to bring over the enough votes over the threshold here. And same thing here, looking at Montgomery County, there just isn't enough votes. Let's go over to Michigan. Michigan is showing in a similar situation here with 73% of the vote in. Trump is ahead by over 200,000 votes. It's at this point, it's not going to be easy for him for her to try to bring back those states. I do want to just show Nevada quickly, and I want to show Arizona after that. Nevada is currently still very close, and this could go into a recount if the numbers stay where they are. In Washoe County, again, very close there, where Kamala Harris down 82,693 votes to Trump's 82,973. You're talking about a 300 vote margin. That includes the county where Reno, Nevada is. So it is very, very close. Let's take a look at the Clark County. That's one of the biggest counties where Las Vegas is here. And that does usually follow into a Democratic threshold. And you can see here that Kamala Harris is edging out just there as well. 374,079 votes to Donald Trump's 361,086 votes. Again, there are no words for this. I mean, with what we've seen here tonight. I don't think this was something that you could have called and easily said. A lot of the numbers that were coming out, especially like I said with Iowa, which was at a gold standard for a poll, clearly it was wrong. We watched a lot happen tonight. We also can project to you that the GOP will take control of the Senate. We do not know yet who will take control of the House, but we do know that the Democrats have retained control of a lot of their seats, and they have flipped 2 seats, I believe, out of New York. This is something we'll continue to closely watch. Again, we do not have results out of Alaska yet. Alaska is always one of the slowest states to count their ballots. New Hampshire, we're still also waiting on its ballots to come in, but we can pretty much guarantee that Kamala Harris will win the state of New Hampshire at this rate. I mean, that's what we're looking at here at this point in time. Again, I just want to say thank you to all of you for tuning in. It's been a long night, and for all of us, this is obviously just not the outcome I think many of us expected. Remember, this is the United States of America. We are a democracy, and do not let anyone tell you otherwise. The United States of America was built on the fact that we have the right to vote for our candidates for president, and that is what we have the right to do here. And obviously, one side won, one side didn't. I can understand, again, like I said, the disappointment a lot of you are probably feeling. It's going to take time to heal, but we will heal as a country. We will. But it's just important to keep in mind that these are going to be hard days to follow, hard things to swallow, to think that we're going backwards in time instead of forward in time. Thank you again for tuning in with us here. This has been a special edition of the Cultural Connections podcast. As always, we'll have continuing coverage. If anything else develops, we will bring it, of course, to you. My name is Brian Ives. I'm the producer and the host of the Cultural Connections podcast. Thank you for watching our special edition coverage, and we'll see you next time.
You're watching a special edition of the Cultural Connections podcast. 2024 Presidential Election Special Edition.
Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity?
And we will make America great again.
Join us as we announce the election results, analyze data relating to the election, and make some bold predictions. This is a special edition of the Cultural Connections Podcast 2024 Presidential